Hi, if you are looking for learning business intelligence, then welcome to Power BI Desktop course. In this course, you will lead business intelligence analyst for a business case to design and deliver a professional business solution from scratch. I'll be with you, guiding you and share a clear explanation and helpful tips. We will start our workflow from connecting and shaping our source data with Power Query editing tools, then exploring normalization and filter context, then building a full data model. After that, we will create table relationship to finish line by designing a dynamic interactive reports using data visualization tools. If you are ready for this hands-on project, then sign up today and get a lifetime access for a high quality video contents. Let's get started.
Now, after downloading the Power BI desktop from powerbi.microsoft.com, you will come to this interface. Now, don't worry about this one. You can sign in, or easily you can close this one. Now you came to this interface from Power BI desktop. Now, just let's make some options adjustment to make sure that we are on the same page. We will go to File, Options and Settings, Options. Now, here's the options for the Power BI. Now we will go to the Preview Features. We will make sure to deselect all of these features because we are now dealing with the raw data, so we don't want any feature to be selected. Also, we are going to data load and to make sure that the update or delete relationship when refreshing data, deselect, and also deselect the auto-detect new relationships after data is loaded. This is because the Power BI is a very smart tool. So he will define the relationship between the data. So we don't need to select the auto-detect new relationship. Also the regional settings, we will make sure that this is an English in the United States of America. Let's make sure, where is it? That's it. That's because the raw data, the source data we are going to connect, it's formatted with the United States regional settings. So now if you are in Europe or Asia or any other place, it might make some problem or some error when connecting the data. Now everything is fine. We will click OK and OK. Now we are ready to connect the data. Now let's talk about merging queries. That means you are going or you want to merge two tables. As in Excel, it's an easy way just to copy paste or move a table to another one or move an Excel sheet to another Excel sheet. Here we have the same but different tools. Let's try it. And we go to Query Editor, Transform Data. Here we have our connections, product, customers, calendar, sales. And that one, actually we don't need this one, so let's delete it. Now here in the sales, we have this one, we have these columns, the date, stock, product key, customer key, territories, quantity, quantity type. We have all these columns. And also here in product lookup, we have this one, these columns. Actually, if we need, for example, if we need to merge the sales with the product, so I need to take some data or some columns from the table of sales from here. I need to take it to the product. But maybe there is a duplicate, or maybe there is some same data. So let's check. Actually, we have here the product key, and also here we have the same product key. So when we are transferring the data, we need to make sure that the data will not be duplicated. If there is the same column is transferred, like the product key. Let's jump to the sales table and transform. Actually, I guess it's an add column. It was here. That's it, and we are in sales. We'll go to home and we go to merge queries. Here we have two options. This one, merge queries, that means the two tables will be merged in the same table. And this one, as a new, it will generate a new table with the merged queries, and you can maintain the original source files as well. So now we don't need this one to create a new table. We'll take this one. We came to this preview, the merge. We have this one, our project sales 2017. This is our table. Now here I want to merge this one with the product, as we said, this table. Now we have in common the product key, this one, and this one. So the good things that, see this check, the selection matches this number rows from the first table. If it's not matched, so there is a wrong in the table and better not to merge. But this, you have this check one, so it's better to proceed further. This one, product key, and it's product key. Now the data, when you merge the data, the product key column will be the same, will be merged. For example, 214 will come to 114. 529 will come to 529 again here. So now let's press OK. And we have a new column, just a new column, our project product lookup. And this is the hyperlink that when you press it, it leads you to the table. But I need to merge or to take some data from the sales into product table. So let's press this one. And we have all these selected. Actually, I don't need all this data. So let's deselect it. I need the product key. And I need, for example, let's take the color. And let's take the product name. 3 column. Or whatever the columns you want, press OK, and we have it here. You have our project, this one, the product key. Is the same as this one. And this one, the product name, and also the color. So actually we don't need this one. So you can simply delete it, or we go back to this one, press this button, deselect it. So we need the product name, product color. Let's take the model name. Okay, press OK. That's it. We have the color, we have the model name, we have the product name, and actually the product key is the same as well as here. So now this one is a good way to merge the queries, but there is a mistake, or there is some risk for create a duplicative or a redundant data, which can be avoided entirely using table relationships instead. Now don't worry, we'll come to this soon. Again, we're here Let's go back. Or just easily close this one. That's it. In the last video, we talked about merging queries, about transferring data or merging queries from table to another one, from sales to product, as we saw. Now, what if we need to merge three queries into one table? Let's go to our query to see what we are talking about. Transform data or edit query. Now here we have all these four connections. And now if I want to merge all these three, previously we want to home and merge queries, and there is only two tables. Now we have a new option. Let's import some data. New source from Home tab in the Power Query Editor. From Home, new source. Let's get some text CSV file, and we have here the sales to 2017. Let's get 16. We'll load it. And again, the new source. First thing first, let's change this name to our project. (2016). Let's enter. Let's take another source, new source, text CSV. Now let's take the 2015. We'll load it directly to our Power Query Editor. And we need to change the name to our project sales 2015. Now here we have all these sets for 2017, 15, 16, and 17 sales. I need to merge these three tables into one table. So now in our Home tab, we have a new option here. It's like the merge queries, but it's called Append Queries. It's for more tables, more than two tables. See the options, and the same as merge queries, we have the append the queries in the same table and as a new. In our case, because it's too much data, three tables, so I need to create a new one. So let's append queries as a new, and we will come to this option. We'll choose three or more table. I need the 17, 15, 16. Let's make it 15. I need the 16, and also I need the 17. I will add all the tables I need, but here I need to merge the sales 15, 16, and 17 in one table. Let's press OK. Now I have this data here. First thing first, let's change the name to our project sales 2015 through 2017. Now we have this data. All the data is listed here. 2015, the product key, the customer key, the data is merged. Now let's sort it. Let's take this one, sort it ascending. We start from the 1st of January 2015. And as we talked about this flag, list may be incomplete, and that means the Power Query is just detect the first 200 rows. So let's load more. We started from 2015 until 2017. That means the 3 tables have been merged or appended. Press OK. That's it. We have this one, and it contains from this one. Now this list of connections or queries looks some messy. So I need to delete this one because I don't need it anymore. So let's jump to this one, for example, and right click. Let's delete it. Here in the pop-up, the query, our project 2016, cannot be deleted because it's being referenced by another query. This one cannot be deleted because it's a reference for this one. So this table, the sales that we have created, is dependent on these 3 tables. So we cannot delete it. There is another way, just to put it in a folder and make connection to the folder. That's what we are going to talk in the next video. Again, we'll go to Home, close and apply. And that's it. Now, after we created our sales, our project sales from 2015 until 2017, let's go to get data. Oops. Actually, we don't need it. We need to jump to our transform or Power Query editor. But we need to wait a little bit until we finish this process. We don't need this one. Let's go to our Power Query editor. As we did in the last video, that we connect the 17, 16, and 15 sales tables, and we appended and then new table. It's called sales 2015 until 2017, and we couldn't delete all these 3 because this one depends for this one. So now let's delete this sales. And now we can easily delete all the tables or the related tables. So now we came to this one. I need now to connect a folder. So let's go to new source. Let's take, for example, text CSV. I need to upload tables from here, but first I need to put it in one folder. So let's create a new folder, and let's call that, for example, our project underscore sales, and let's take the 15, 16, and 17. Let's drag it here. Again, the sales and the 17. Now we'll cancel. We will go to new source, more options. Now here we can, as we talked about, that we can get the data from so many sources. Here we'll choose the folder, connect. Now we need to put the folder path that we created before. Here's an PC, downloads, Power BI course. That's it. That's what we created, and you can name it whatever you want. Press OK. we came to this preview that the content is binary, and there is all the cells for 15, 16, and 17 connected from here. Now we will press this one, combine and transform data. That means that I want to combine all these tables. Now we'll come to this one, to this preview, and this headed with combined files, and it means that we have all these files. Here is listed 2015, and as usual we'll press OK. Let's see what will happen. Now we have this, the new one. This is the new table, our project, and this is by default. This is the magic that it's created by default, this one, so we don't need to play with this one or touch it. We're gonna collapse it, and this is our query, and all the files or the tables I imported to the file, it came to the folder called other queries, and this is our project. So now let's press this one and see list maybe incomplete. Let's load more data. We have the 15, 16, and 17. Press OK. This is the source. Load more data. See here, we started from January 1st, 2015, and we end up with the 30th of June, 2017. And also this is the reference table. This is from 2015. Big data, and that's it. Everything is clean and not messy as before. Too many tables here. It's just in one folder, and you can connect all the tables you want. Again, we're gonna close and apply. We came to this new object or new connection. It's called our project sales, and that contains all the data we have it here, 2015, 16, and 17. Everything is up. See you next video. Hello again. Today we are going to talk about data source setting. Now, if you are randomly or by mistake change any name of your source file or source data, so there will be a problem defining this source table. Let's take a look and see what will happen. If you are randomly here, our data set, if you're randomly here, change this name to, for example, let's change this one, customer. Let's change it to customer 1. If you change any name of your data source, and now let's jump to our query editor, and here our customer, and let's press refresh review. Now this is an error message, says that data source couldn't find the file because we have changed the name to customer 1. So if we need to fix it, there is 2 ways. Either you can go and rename it to the original one, or otherwise you can go to from here, from home, data source, and choose which one. It's the customer, and change the source here. Again, we went from home, data source setting, we choose the customer and the change source. Browse it, and we're going to choose this one, the new one. Press OK. OK. Let's refresh it, and that's it. We went back. This is if you are randomly mistaken, change the name. Let's go back. We're here. And you should make sure that all these connections have this checked, include and report refresh. So if, for example, this has it, include and report refresh, also this one, and this one. If we close it, and here, let's refresh it. So here, Power BI is refreshing all 4 connections. Let's go to transform again, Power Query Editor, and let's check this. Oops, this is still. Let's get it back to the original one, to the original name. Let's refresh it, and that's it. Now, for example, let's go here and check out this one, and this one as well, also this one as well. So it's not included in the refresh. Let's close and apply. And now let's refresh it again. When you press refresh, now just the sales is being refreshed. So just make sure that all the connections have the refresh included in the report. Let's go back to our query editor and make sure to tick this one, include and report refresh, this one as well, and also this one. Close and apply. And refresh it. That's it. Now, if we need to make some adjustment to our tables, but not in the Power Query Editor as well. So let's go to here, to the Data tab and the Power Query. We didn't go to the Editor, we went to Data. And here we have all the 4 connections, the calendar, customer, product, and sales as well. So let's check it out. For example, let's check the calendar. We have this here. So here we have the full date. It's correct, but if I needed to make it short, like as usual, so here we will select the column. In the previous version of Power BI Desktop, there was a tab here called Modeling. In the new one, in 2021, we don't have it here. We have it the column tool. So here, when we select the date, we go to Format and choose the classic one, like the day, month, and year, or choose whatever you want. So choose this one, and it will change automatically. Again, for this one, we choose the same. Let's go through our tables. For example, our customer, all done, our product, Let's check if we need to adjust anything. Yes, this one here, the prices, we needed to make decimal for this one. So just select the column, and as Microsoft Excel, we have it here. So we can do it like this one. And again, we can choose the currency you would like. Let's choose the US dollar. And it's posted here. Let's do the same for the product price. Again, decimal, and we'll choose the US dollar. As well, here we have the discount price. Let's go to sales again and see what we have here. Actually, here in sales, we need to stock date. We need to adjust this one to the same format. Again, for the order date. Again, it's all correct, but we just need to make it short another way. So here, again, in the previous version of Power BI, there was a tab here called modeling. Here we have it as a column tool. All thing is up. Now still we have one thing. We need to import a new data to complete the settings or the tools we have it here. So let's get data as usual, and let's get the territories. It's a simple table, only 10 rows, region, country, and continent. Transform it as well. First, let's change the name. So we will call it as well project, our project. Okay. Everything is clean. So let's close and apply. Let's jump to our data. We have it here. Again, let's collapse this one. We have here the territory. Now here, we use these tools for this one and visualizing data and map data. Now it's all correct. Power BI, it's so smart to detect that this is the country, this is the continent, and this is the region. But here, just the best practice, we need to define as this one is the country and this one as a continent. So let's select this one, for example. In the previous version of Power BI, there was here called data category, different look, but the same way. When you go to column tools, data category, press this one and select. Make sure not to select this one, this county. This is a different one. You are going to select this one as a country. Now, nothing get changed in overall or in the look for the table, but this is just to detect that this is the country when you visualize the data in the map data. Again, Power BI is smart enough to detect that this is the country, but this is the best practice to define it as a country. Again, in the continent, let's define it as a continent. That's it. Next step, now we're going to make hierarchies. Now, hierarchies means that you are going to nest data under one item. Let's see what will happen. We will go to data form. Here in our territory, we have the continent, the country that we defined in the previous video as a continent and country. Now let's go to continent, for example, right click and make a new hierarchy. Now let's rename it. It's now the continent hierarchy, it's under the continent. Let's rename it and see what will happen. Let's call it, for example, territory. Territory hierarchy. Now let's shift it down as an alphabetic order. Under the territory hierarchy, there is a continent. And let's go to country, for example, and let's add it to the territory hierarchy that we built before. And let's do the same for the region and add it to the same hierarchy. Now, this one will be useful when we are going to illustrate the mapping, the data visualization. Instead of drag each one of this, like continent, country, region, you will drag just one item, the territory hierarchy. Just pull it and drag it to the map visualization. And here, if you need to order it, just hold it and you can put it wherever you want. We will illustrate it further in data visualization section. Now here, after we open the Power BI, now we are going to import the data or load the data or connect the data. Now this is so many ways, like from here, import data from Excel, from SQL Server, from simple data set, or get from another sources, or the typical way from here, like get data, and here we have so many options. Now we are going to import data as a CSV file or Excel file. Text is CSV, and here, don't worry about these files, I will upload it later. And here we're going to connect the products. Now we came to this preview, and this means that this is the file origin, and also this one, the comma, the delimiter is comma, which is a common in CSV files. And here's the detection. It's based on the first 200 rows. That means the Power BI, it will go to detect the data from the first 200 rows. The other options, it means based on entire data set or do not detect the data. We will leave it as default. Here you can directly load the data, but I strongly recommend that you transform the data, or here edit. You will find this transform data or an edit button. Just click it to go to Power Query. We'll click this one to Power Query. Here we have so many options in Home, Transform, Add Column, View, Tools. Don't worry, we'll come to this later. Now we are here for the data set. We have the name on the left. Also, we have this one steps on the right. We have this one in the ribbon. Now we're going first thing first, we're going to change this name. We'll name it like our project. Underscore project, products, and lookup. Press enter. Now we change this name, and also here we have the apply the steps, which means all the steps, all the change you have made to this table, it will be listed here. Let's check this source. See, we have this product key. It's in the first row. It's not in the header. Now Power BI promoted the headers to this one. We'll go to change type, and we have it here. And this is sorted. Everything is fine. We'll check if there is any error or any mistakes. Everything is fine. The color, the shape, the size, product color, size, style, cost. Now here's size. It's a little bit messy. It's 0 ml. Actually, we don't need this one. So you can simply select this one and remove this column, or right click and remove it. When you remove it, see this is the step. It's listed here, removed columns. You can easily Ctrl Z or just click this one and it will come back. Now this one we don't need it. Everything is fine. We're going to sort this. You can sort it either from low to high or from high to low. That's it. Now we're going to home, close and apply. And the data table will be uploaded to our platform. Here in the report field, it's listed on the right. And also here in the data, and here in the relationship. We have an objective here for a product. It's the only object here, and since when we upload another data set or data table, it will be listed here to show the relationship between these tables. To save the project file, save as, our project underscore product, lookup, that's it. And all thing is up. In this video, we will deal with text tools. Now here we upload, in the last video, we upload a product table. Now we are going to upload another data set. In the same way, we're going to get data, text CSV. Now we uploaded the product. Now we will upload the customers. We open. And we came to this view. Again, we'll go to transform data. And we came to this one. The same way, we have this source, and it's a promoted headers, change type, all the things is done, first name, last name, birthday, marital status, gender. We have so many columns. So now let's make some manipulation for this data. Like here in the prefix, it's all in capital letter, capital case, or uppercase. Now we're going to adjust this one. Add column, format, and capitalize each word. And that's it, capitalize each word. But here, that is a little bit silly because it's an add column. We still have it here, and we still have it here. Now this is, you should make notice for this one, add column or transform. Now for this one, we don't need it actually, so simply we delete it as we talked about it. We came back to this one, to prefix. Now here, and instead of add column, we go to transform, and the same procedures. We go to format and capitalize each word. Now it's fine, it's good, everything is good. The same way in the first name, hold shift in the last name, and the transform, format, capitalize each word. All good. And here I need to merge this one, the prefix, first name and last name. We'll select this one, hold shift, last name, and it will be selected all. Here in the add column, now I want a new column called full name. Now we go to merge columns, separator by space, and we'll call that full name. Okay. That's it. It's a full name, prefix full name, and last name. All these up, and here I need to change this step. It's called merge. We need to rename it just to make sure or to remember what kind of step or what step you have made. Just to remember this, we call it full name, center, hold up. Let's make some changes to this table. For example, here in email address, if we want to extract the user, now we are going to extract the first 4 or 5 letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that works for this one, but not for this one, or this one, or this one. So here, we're going to see these options, select the email address, and going to add column and extract. Here, let's see the options. First characters, last characters, range before the delimiter or after the delimiter. Now here we are going to extract any character before the assign. So text before the delimiter, we'll change it as an at. Let's see the advanced option. Scan for the delimiter, number of delimiters to skip. We don't need it here. And okay. Let's see it in the last. This one, text before delimiter. It's called the domain. All the username. I'm sorry, it's not domain, it's a username. But what if we need to extract the domain, like adventure rules? I need to extract this one. Same example, we will select this one, add column, extract. Now here, we are going to text between delimiters. This one, because it's between the assign and the .com. Let's define the start delimiter as an assign and end it with .com. Press OK. This one, now this is the domain. Now this is the domain. But here I need to change the dash with a space, because some kind of data or it doesn't treat this dash. So now let's change it. We will select this domain and the transform, not add. In the transform add, it means it will add another column. But now here we're in transform and we're going to replace value. Again, not add, it's a transform, replace values. Now, value to add is dash, replace with space. Click OK, and all set. The data is clean. And here, and the first thing, we forgot to change the name. We should change this name to our project. It should be the first step, but here I missed it. Look up. Everything is fine. Now we will go back to home and close and apply. Now we're going to load our data to our file. That's it. It's a new object here in the model. It will show the relationships between these tables. Now all the table we loaded to our file, it will be listed here. Let's see the report view. It's here as this is the customer and this is the product. You can expand or collapse anyone you want. And this is the data. Also the customer, the product. That's it. Hi again. And now let's deal with some numerical value. In the last video, we built with some text tools. Now we are going to deal with some numerical value. Now let's go to our file, and here's the transform data, or you can find it as a Power Query editor or query editing or transform data. Let's press it, and we will go to this one, Power Query editor. Now we jump to here, and we have uploaded two files, the customer and the product. Now we are going to the product again, and let's see what we can do for our data table with the numbers. As we mentioned previously, this is the name, and this is the applied steps, and we made some changes to this table. Now, for example, if you stand here, we will work in this one, in transform or add column, transform or add column, and we will work or we will play in the same area. Form number here, the statistics, standard, rounding, and that's it. Also in transform, we have the same. This one, we will play in this one for the numerical value. In the previous videos, we were using this one, text column, like an extract, format, and merge columns. But here in the value, in the numerical value, we're going to use the number column. But here you should be aware that if we are dealing with numbers, so that add column, the form number, the statistics, and the other, it will be grayed out. That means there is no number can be derived from an existing number. That's why that's why it's a grayed out from the add column. But if you go to transform, and here is the number, it will be active. Now here, let's go back for transform or add column. If you stand on add text, so it's not working here because it's not number, just the statistics. If you go to the option, so also the option is grayed out, and it's not working except for the counting or the count distinct value. Let's try it, and that return a 293, and that means there is 293 unique names. Let's go back from here. Now we are in our set. So now we will dealing with this transform and number column. Let's go to the product price, for example, product price, and I need an average for our prices. Statistics, again, transform, number column, statistics, and I need the average. Now the average is 714, and that's an expensive. That's an expensive average price for our product. That's why I need to check our highest or our maximum price. Let's select again the product price and go to transform, statistics, maximum. Now it's a $3,578. It's a pretty high, it's a quite expensive product. That's why the average is pretty high. Let's make some adjustment for this table for the product cost or the product price. Hold shift and select the two columns. We'll go to transform, rounding. For the decimals, we will go around. We will do decimal places. Press OK, and see now this is good. Rounding 2 decimal places. all the data is clean, everything is out. Now, same as Excel, if I need to add a column, it's an easy way. If you are going to give a 10% off, it means a discount, a 10% discount. So you need the remaining 90%. So simply you will go to transform, not a transform, it's an add column because you need the new price. So you will go to add column, standard, and now multiply. Okay, let's select before, select the column, add column, standard, multiply. Now this number will multiply it by 0.9. It means the remaining 0.9 after giving a 10% off. Okay, and that's it. This is the discounted price. Let's round it again. Rounding, round up, 2 decimal places. Okay. And here we made a wrong because we made an add column. We don't need this one. We will delete it. And we will discount price, select discounted price. We will go to transform, rounding, round. We will make 2 decimal places. Press OK. That's it. This is the product cost, product price, and this is the discounted price. Hold up. Don't forget to go home, close, and apply. Now let's deal with the date and time and the calendar. The same way, we are going to import a new data. We are going to get data from here. Text CSV, the same. And now in our data set, we have the calendar. Remember, we imported the products and the customers, and now we are going to import the calendar. Now, the same way, it came to this preview, the file origin, delimiter, and detection. We're going to transform data before loaded to the file to make some adjustment and the cleaning for our table. Now we are here. We have just one column, the date, January 1st, 2015. All this data set. Let's deal with some date and time. Now here, just notice if you have an error here and you can't show this date, so you have to change your region settings to the United States. First thing first, as we said, we're going to change this name as our project. Press enter. Now we are going to transform or add column. Add column, it means that I need to add the new columns. We will deal with this one from date and time in this area. We are going to date. We will select it all. We are going to date, day, name of the day. That's it. We don't need to change the header because it's already changed to the name. Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Remember, if you want to access to all these options, you have to select the entire column. We'll try it again. We'll go to week. For example, start of a week. And now, here, start of the week, it's a start from the Sunday. If we are going to change it, here we need an M code bar. If you don't have it, so just follow me to open it. We will go to here in our file, we will go to File, Options and Settings. We will go to Power Query Editor, display the formula bar. Okay. Apply changes. We need to close it and reopen it again. Again, after we close it, we go to Transform Data. And that's it. This is, we called it M code. M code. Now we can edit so many formulas here. We were in our project calendar lookup. This is to expand it. Here, if you want to change the start of the day, of the week, we are going simply to here, start of week. Simply, we press comma and then 1. 1 means to Monday. Now this one will change the start of the week from Sunday to Monday. Okay, now we change it. You see this applies changings. There is another way, if you want to choose another way, simply we'll type day.monday or whatever the day you like or you want. That's it. Same. We'll keep it in this one. We'll collapse it. Select this one again. Let's add some columns. We go to transform, date. So give me the year for this. A new column for the year. Oops, I went to transform. So I should go back. Selected, go to add column, date, and give me a new column with a year. That's it. All set up. Check the data. If we need to know the first date for this one, we select it, we go to transform, date, the earliest date, transform, earliest date, and that's 1st of January 2015. And if we want to know the last date, so again select, transform, date, latest date, it's 30 June 2017. So now we are working from 2015 until 30 June 2017. Close this one. All up. Don't forget, after you finish, home, close and apply. That's it. Hi again. Now in the previous lessons, we imported so many CSV files like product, customers, calendar, and we've used so many tools. Today, we're going to import a new CSV files. It's a sales, and we are going to work with it. Let's go typical, get data, text CSV file, and now we're going to take the sales 2017, for example. Same way, we came to this preview, everything looks fine. Transform data to upload it to our query editor. Here's our data. First thing first, let's change the name and make it simple, like our project. And we will not name it lookup because it's not a lookup table. Here all the steps are applied here. Now let's do some tricks. If we go to add columns, for example, and I need to order this one to make an index for this table. So simply I will go to add column, index column, and it's added directly. But what if I need another options? So let's delete it again, right click and remove. So now let's go to index column and press this button, and this is from 0 or from 1, or you can go crazy and index it from which number you would like. So let's go typically from 1, and that's it. Index, it started from 1, and you can hold it and drag it, or easily you can right click and just move to the beginning. That's it. If you need an index for your reference. Now let's delete it. But you know, as we said before, all the steps you have applied, it's applied here. All the steps. So it's like a history, it's like a log. So you can delete it from here, add an index, you can remove it, or remove column, added index, and this is the row table we have uploaded before. Now let's go to another thing. If I need a conditional column, in the same way, add column, conditional column. This is if I need to make or add a new column that define a conditions. Like let's make quantity type, for example. You can choose whatever you want. Column name if quantity, order quantity equals to 1, then the output, it's a single item. And you can add another clause, else if order quantity is greater than 1, then the output, it's multiple item. If order quantity equals to 1, then the output, single item, otherwise it's multiple item. Press OK. Let's see it. That's it. So now if this one 2, order quantity 2, it's multiple item. Order quantity 1, it's single item. This is just for the order, or just for your information to know how to add a conditional column. You can choose whatever you want, or whatever the conditions you want from here at column, condition columns. Let's arrange it. If we want to sort it from here, see, we have also for the filter, we have the multiple item and the single item. And if you go down, there is a flag says that list may be incompleted. That means the Power BI didn't detect the whole column. It detects maybe first 100 rows or the first rows. So if we need the Power BI to detect all the column, so just go and load more to detect if there is any problem or not. Now all clear, all fine, press OK. And you can drag it wherever you want. Or as we said, right click, move left, right, beginning to the end. That's it. Don't forget to go home and close and apply. Now let's talk about grouping and aggregating. The group by allows you to aggregate your data of a different level. Let's take a look and go to our query editor or transform data. And here we have our three connections: the product, customer, calendar, and sales. Let's go to sales, for example. We will not upload any new data. We will go to sales and see what we can do for grouping and aggregating. Now here we have this our table. We can aggregate our data and grouping it to a summary. For example, this is a product key, and we have also an order quantity, territory key, order customer. We have it here, customer key. Now I need to make a summary for the product key. Let's select it and go to transform. We will select the column and go to transform and then group by. We came to this preview. Now we will go to the basic one, product key, new column name. That will be, for example, let's make it total quantity. And here in the operation, we have so many functions: sum, average, max, count rows. We'll take the sum, and the column will be ordered by order quantity. Let's press OK and see what will happen. Now our table collapsed into just two columns. This is the summary. Let's make a look. Let's sort it. And now, for example, in the 214 sales, we have a total quantity of 1,218. And for 226, we have 249. Let's go back and see what's the difference. Here, let's go to the product key and sort it. Here, if you can see, we have 214, 214, 214, and so many 214 from the cells. Now I want to aggregate it and group it. So again, we will go to product, transform, group by. Again, we'll limit here total quantity. And the operation, it will be sum, and the column will be order quantity. Press OK, and that's it. We're gonna sort it again. We have from the 214 from the sales, we have a total quantity of 1,280. Let's take another example. For example, let's delete the steps and go back to our raw data. Let's select our product key, transform, group by. Now let's take the advanced one. If we go to advanced key, we'll see. If we go to the advanced, group by advanced, we'll see here the product key, add grouping. Here it will be, for example, let's choose customer key. Here's I want to check the sales for every customer. So the new column name, it will be total quantity. The operation again, it's sum, and the column is order quantity. Again, we select the product key column. We went to transform, group by, and we choose the advanced option here, and we want the product key, the summary of product key for each customer. and the new column, it will be total quantity, the operation sum, and the column will be order quantity. Press OK. And now our table collapsed for just 3 columns. This is the summary. Let's sort it. Sort again. Now here we have it for every sales for the customer key for 214. We have 26,983 customer ordered for 214. That's it. Let's delete this one and delete this one. And remember, if you don't want to save any work, you can just close it. That's it. Now in this video, we're going to talk about the pivot. Pivot is a great way to describe the process of turning distinct row values into columns. That's called pivoting, or turning columns into rows. That's called unpivoting. To illustrate that, we're going to import a new data set. Again, as usual, we're going to get data, text CSV, and we will choose this one, unpivot demo. And here we'll come to this preview. Again, we'll go to transform data or edit query. That's it. We have this set here. We have the unit sales, revenue, column 1, column 2, 3, 4, until 6. Now, this is a messy table. We don't know these numbers. What is this numbers? This is, I guess, this is the year. So first row, headers. This is the headers, so we need to promote it. We don't know if this is the header or this one, so the table is too much messy. Now, to do this, we'll go to transform. So we'll go to home, use first row as header. Now looks good. This is the year, first row as a header. This is the year, 1994, 95, 6, 7, and 8. Unit sales, revenue. Now, the table looks good, but as a data analyst, it's not good, and it causes a lot of headache if you want to review or interpret this table. So, as an analyst, you need to pivot this table. You need to turn these columns into rows, or this column into, or these rows into columns. To do that, we'll select this one, hold Shift, and we'll go to transform, and here unpivot columns. That means you will change, or you will turn the columns into rows. So again, we will select it, not the whole table, just these columns. We will select it and go to unpivot columns. That's it. Now we are a bit closer to finalize this table. We have the unit sales, we have these years, and we have the unit sales. Revenue is still messy, but it needs some fix. So again, if we delete this one, or delete this one, we can do the same. We will select this, hold Shift, we will go to unpivot columns, and this one, it will turn it into rows. Otherwise, you can just select this one and go to unpivot column and choose unpivot other columns. You will come to the same result. Now here, I need to promote this one. I will go to this, use first row as header, Now we have this table here, and we have the unit sales, revenue. Now we are too much closer to finalize this table. Now we need to do some fix to this table. Again, I need this rows to be a columns. And you know what I should do? I will select this one and go to transform, pivot column, and this one now, value columns, it will be the value. Press OK, and that's it. We have this one, we'll name it as a year. Press enter. We have 1994 sales and revenues 6, 7, 8, and this one. There is another way, and actually it's an efficient way to do it. We can delete these steps to get back to our raw data. Now we are in the source file. We just select the whole table, press 1, press this one, hold shift and press this, and we are going to transpose it. Transform, just transpose the table, and that's it. You get the same result. Just we need to promote the headers, use first row as headers. Opening up, same result, and it's an efficient way to transpose or pivot or unpivot the table. Now I can use this table for data analysis for an efficient interpret or efficient preview. Hello again. In this section, we're going to talk about the data model and the business issue here. To illustrate further, let's go to our file that we've created, and let's jump to our report here that we didn't go before. Now here, it's an empty preview. In the right, we have the connections, the 4 connections or 5 connections, the calendar, customer, product, sales, and the territories. And here we have the visualizations tools. Now let's choose the metrics here. The metrics here, it's similar to the pivot table. The same scope, the same tools, and we needed to analyze our data. Let's go to our sales table here, our sales table. Let's choose the order quantity as the value. So here we have an order quantity as 84,000 in total. Now we need to break this number down into another category. So let's choose the product key as the row. Let's put it in the row. Now here the number 84,000 is broken down into this product key. For example, from the product key 214, we have an order quantity in total 2,099. That's a good thing, but we cannot analyze it further. To illustrate that, let's delete this one, the product key, and let's break this number down again regarding to the product name, for example. Let's go to product, here, product table. Let's choose a product name. Drag it, and put it in the rows. Now the number here, 84,000, it should be broken down regarding to the product name. But the issue here, as you see, that it's not broken down. It's still the same number. 84,174 for all the product names. And this is the issue. The issue here that the sales table has no idea that there is a product table or even exist. So it doesn't see it. The sales table does not see the product table, and this is the issue. So we need to build what we called a data model. And this is the issue, that we cannot analyze the data, so we need to build a data model. This will be our issue and topics for this section. Now we are talking about normalization. Normalization generally is the process of organizing tables, like decrease table sizes, improve process processing speed and efficiency, minimize errors, simplify queries. Anything you are doing with the tables to look better and to be more efficient, that's called normalization. And now we are going to illustrate the difference or understand the difference between the data table and the data lookup. As we saw here in our connections, we have these 5 connections, 5 objects. Let's import the remaining 2 from get data, text CSV. Let's get the product categories. Again, to transform data, and that could be a part of the homework, but it's fine. I will upload it here directly. Everything looks fine. Let's just rename it to our project. And close and apply. Again, from get data, we'll go to text CSV and we will take the subcategories. It's taking a bit of time. Again, transform data. Everything is shapy. Let's jump and change the name to our project, sorry. Subcategories. And let's close and apply. Now, to understand the difference between the lookup tables and the data table, we have these connections here. This one, the product lookup, and also the customer, the calendar, sales, territory. Let's just clean this one or arrange this mess. Now, the distinguish here and the most important one here is the sales. This isolated. This is the sales. And all this. Actually, the product should be here. This is the product, the category, and the subcategory. Now, here to understand the difference between the data table and data lookup. The data lookup, it's descriptive, often text-based attributes about each dimension, like products, dates. It has a rich information. Like everything you need, you will find it in this table. Like the customer, we have the birthday, customer key, domain, education level, email address, homeowner, last name, marital status, in this lookup tables. But in the data table, it's more contains metrics like numbers, values, ID columns. See here, if you see the sales, it's a customer key and just numbers, quantity, stock date, territory key, order quantity, numbers, just numbers. Normally we use data table in connection with the data lookup. We'll come to this further. Hi again. Previously, we talked about the relationships between the objects, but we didn't illustrate how we can build these relationships. If we jump back to our platform or our file, here we have all the objects or the connections, 6 connections we have added before. And if we go to here, to the report view, still we have this one, the order quantity, and we didn't or we couldn't break down this number into product names. And the problem was that the sales table is unable to see the product table or unable to see any other table. And this is the problem, the issue that we have to solve by building a data model. So let's go back to here, to our model panel. Now, if you think that we can merge the 2 tables together, like merging queries, as we talked about before, merging queries between the sales and the product, and that's correct. That's technically correct, but it's not a normalization for the data, because normalization means that raise the speed of processing and make it efficient. When you add 2 tables together, merging 2 tables together, the process will take longer time and the size of the table will be bigger, and that's inefficient. So technically you can do it, you can merge the queries for 2 tables, but it's inefficient because it's take too much time and bigger size. Instead, we have to build a relationship between these tables. There's 2 ways to build it. Either you can hold and drag, I will illustrate how, or from here, from this panel, from model, you go to home, go to manage relationships, and here we have this one. We don't use the auto detect. Why? Because the Power BI doesn't know what the tables we are going to connect together, so better to make it manually. Let's choose a new and take here the sales, for example, and here let's take the customer. Okay, and here we go. Power BI detected that there is a customer key here with a customer key here, and it's highlighted, as you see. It's the same, and make this relationship active. So let's press OK. And hit close. Now there is, as you see here, there is an active relationship between the sales and between the customer lookup. Throw the customer key is the same field here in the both table. Let's close it and see. As you see, this is the key. If you stand on it, it's highlighted here. It's highlighted the customer key here. It's connected with here, with the customer key, as you see. The second step, you can also the same manage relationships and add it, or you can, for example, hold and drag. Let's arrange it like this. Let's take from here the order date and connect it with the calendar. Hold the order date, hold and drag. Now the date, order date, as you see, order date is connected with the calendar. The same as here. Let's take that territory key here, hold it and drag. And it's connected with the region, and you can just right click, delete it, or choose whatever you want. For example, let's make it for the sales category, sales territory key. Let's hold it again. and here also for the product. Let's take the product key here and connect with the product key from the product lookup table. Now here we made a connection between the sales with all these 4 connections: the customer, the calendar, territory, and the product. Now let's jump back to our report. Oops, here we go. The number here, that 84,000, is broken down now by the product name. That's because the sales table now is connected with the product table. So now we can break the number down into each product name. The problem that there was no connection, no relationship between 2 tables, and after we build it, so we can analyze the data efficiently. And we'll jump to this later. Now here we made the relationship between the sales table and the other tables. Now, what if we need to make or to build a relationship between the sales lookup table, this one, with a product and sub-product category, this one, the category, and this one? Actually, here we cannot directly, because there is no foreign key in the sales table, the same in the product subcategory and the category. As we saw here, like territory key, we have it here, the product name, we have it here, the customer key, we have it here, but there is no direct or no foreign key is common between the sales and the product subcategory and the category. So what we are going to do is to make a relationship between the product and the subcategory, and between the subcategory and the category. And that means there is a connection will be between the sales and both these 2 tables. Let's take a look. For example, here in the product lookup, we have the product subcategory key. And also here in the product subcategory table, we have a foreign key named product subcategory key. So let's hold from here and drag it to here. And now there is a relationship between them. And let's see, here also we have a product category name and a product category name. So let's hold and drag. So this is called a snowflake. We build a snowflake between the category, subcategory, product, and the sales. So now sales is connected with both 2 tables. This we call it snowflake. That's it. All the tables are connected together. Let's take a minute and talk about managing and editing relationship between tables. Now here, if you stand on a line, and you will see the highlighted foreign key, the product key, for example, and here the territory key, also here the customer key. You can go from here, manage relationships. For example, let's talk about it. Now here in the calendar, we have a foreign key. It's called the stock date. Let's see it. This is the order date. And also we have here a stock date. And the order date is connected with the date here. But what if I need to connect the stock date to here? Actually, you can go to manage relationship from here, or just simply double click for this, and you will open this one. Now, when you go to here, I don't need the order date, I need the stock date. So just select this one and press OK. And now the table is updated. See, when we stand on the line, so the highlighted foreign key is a stock date connected with the calendar. But what if I need to make another one? So if I need to delete this one, simply as we did it before, right click and delete. But now what if I need to make an order date connected with this one? So let's make it and connect this one. So if you see here, there is a dotted line and a solid one. Dotted line, that means it's inactive relationship between the order date and this one. And the solid one, it means that it's an active relationship between the stock date or between the sales and the calendar. Now, what if I need to make this one active? So simply you can double click, and here you can make this relationship active. And oops, we have this message here. It says that there is another active relationship. So the first step, we have to deactivate that relationship, and then we active this one. So let's make this one, press OK, and let's go to this one. This active relationship, double click, make it inactive, press OK. And now you see the other line is dotted. That means it's inactive relationship. Let's go to this one and make this active. Press OK. That's between the order date, the original one, with the date. Press OK. And here we have it. Now we have been dealt with simple data flow or data model. Now let's make things much harder. Now the company that provide us with these tables ask us to analyze the data and provide us with another data set or data table. It's called return. This company doesn't need to analyze the sales. Company needs to analyze the return. It needs to know about the products are being returned most often as well. So let's get the data and see get data as usual. And here we have the return. Again, everything looks good. Symbol set, transform data. We have this, our Power Query editor. And as we said previously, first thing is to change the name to our project, or choose whatever the name you would like. The headers are promoted. Everything looks clean. Let's close and apply and go to our file. Now we have it here. This is the return. And this is, as we talked about, it's not a lookup table. It's a data table. Lookup, that means it has a lot of information, but here we have numbers. Here we dealt with numbers. It's not a lookup table. So now we need to build a relationship between this table to other tables. How we can do that? If we check the sales table, so it's a one-to-many relationship. It means that one table, just the sales, one table to many relationship, or to many tables, the customer, calendar, territories, product, and our snowflake as well. But here, now, what if we need to connect the return with the sales? For example, actually we have a common product key here and a customer key or a product key here. So we can connect it together. Also, we have a territory key here, and here we have a territory key. So we can connect them together. But This relationship, it's called many-to-many. And if you force this relationship to be, so there will be an error, will be shown an error in the future. Why? Because here we have a product key and we have product key field. We have territory key, we have here territory key field. So in other words, the product key here, it's not the same as well as here. And here in the territory key, for example, it's not exactly the same as here because it's not a lookup, it's a data table. So if we try to connect the product key here with this one, so there will be a problem. The relationship has cardinality many-to-many. This should only be used if expected that neither column contain unique values, because there is no unique values. If you see here, in return we have 477 several times, but here we have it 352. So the same header, product key, but different contains. This means no unique values, and that's why we cannot connect these tables together, the sales and the return. Again, if you try to force this relationship, it will be done, but it will show a lot of errors in the future, and there is a problem in visualizing the data. So let's close this one. We don't need, and again, if you try to make a connection between the territory and the territory key is the same. Again, the territory key here, we have 9, 4, and 1, and here we have multiple 9. So there is no way to connect these two tables together. So cancel. And let's connect this table with another tables as one-to-many. This is the cardinality. So now let's take the product key, for example. Let's make it to the product, this one. And let's make the return date to the calendar. And we have the territory key here. Now we have all this relationship. If you see here, there is no common foreign customer key between the return table and the customer lookup table. Here we have a customer key or any other field, but we don't have it. That means there is no way to connect these two tables. And to illustrate this further, let's jump back to our report here. And if you see, here we have this data, product name and order quantity broken down by the product name with the total 84,000. Now, if we go to our return, and let's check the return quantity and drag it to the value here. Now we have it here. The product name, order quantity, return quantity, and both side by side are broken down by the product name, and all thing is clear. But now, what if I need to know the most product being returned by, for example, male or female, by the gender? So I'm curious about the product being returned by the male or female, so I can know what is my audience. So let's go to customer, for example, and let's choose the gender. Here we don't need this one. We need the gender, and put it in the row. As you see here, the order quantity is broken down, again the same number, and is broken down female, male, and non-available. And this is because there is a relationship between the customer and the product. As we saw before, there is a relationship, but here we stuck in the same problem, a repeated number, 1,828. It's repeated so many times, the same problem, and this is caused by the relationship problem. This is because there is no relationship between the sales and between the customer and the return. So that's why it gives us the same number again and again. So the solution is, we'll dig in further, it's by shared lookup tables. So here there is no way to slice, dice, or visualize any data by the return in order with the customer fields. And this is just to know, make sure that you make a connection one-to-many. No many-to-many, because it will cause so much problem, so much error in the future. Remember, one-to-many. And that's it. Now, here we have a very important concept to understand. It's called filter flow. And I need you to focus well to understand and have a crystal understanding for this filter flow. This is too much important to understand because it leads you to better visualize the data. Now here, if we have these tables, the return, and we have the sales, and we have, for example, let's say the territory. Now here, we have in common, as we saw before, let's arrange this one. I need a clear relationship between these two. Here, as you see, the territory is connected with the return and the sales. And if you stand on it, if you see this arrow, so it's downstream from the territory table lookup to return. And in the same way, if you stand here, you will see the territory downstream from the territory. There is a downstream from the territory to sales. So it's now connected. And now there is no connection between the return and the sales. So you need to understand that if you plug or if you drag the territory key, it will return an accurate data from the sales and the return. But if you use the territory key from here, this one, from the sales, it will not return the same data. It will return the accurate data for the sales and not an accurate data for return. And in the same way, if you use this one territory key, so it will return an accurate data for the returns, but not for the sales. And that's why you should pay attention, more attention, for the downstream, for the filter flow, that there is a filter flow from the territory to sales here and here to the return. Now, let's jump back to practice and see what will happen. Let's go to our report. And here in our metrics, let's remove this one. We don't need this one. And let's go to territory lookup, as we talked about before. So there is sales territory key, hold and drag to the row. Now here the numbers are broken down. As we saw before, there is a filter flow. It's downstream from the territory to sales and return. So now here we have 10 territory with the order quantity broken down and the return quantity also broken down. So all thing is fine because we choose the return lookup table. But now, what if we don't use this one and we use the sales, for example, the sales table, and we choose this one, the territory key here. From the sales, we choose this one, the territory key. Now here you can see the 10 territory key and the order quantity is broken down since they are connected together. But here in the return quantities, since there is no relationship between the sales and the return quantity, and there is no filter flow from this table, from the sales to return, so it's duplicated here. It's not broken down, and you cannot analyze this data. As well, if you delete this one and go to return and choose the territory key from the return here, now the order quantity is duplicated, and here the territory key, it's 10, but see here in the 2 and the 3 territory key is not shown here because it's shown from the original source. So here the number for return quantity is broken down as well, and it's an accurate data, but this is not an accurate because there is no connection between these two tables. So better way is to go back to here and see that downstream it's from territory to sales, this arrow, and from this one to this one as well. And when you go back to report, jump down to territory keys and choose sales territory key here, and all the data are accurate, the order quantity and the return quantity. Please make sure that you have a crystal understanding for the filter flow and what to choose when you're analyzing the data, because if there is not accurate or if you choose a wrong field, so it will be duplicate, there will be duplicate, and it will not be shown as a good example or a good analysis. All things up now. Continuing to our filter flow. Now here, if we look back to our file, there is a downflow from territory to sales, this one, and also we have a downflow from territory to return. Now here, there is a thing you can use a bi-direction in this one. That means it's a downflow from territory to sales and upflow from sales to territory. So you can either choose the sales territory key from here or from here, and you still have the same good answer, same good results. And the same way you can use this one from return upflow to territory, and you still have the same good or looks good results. But you cannot use this one both as bi-direction because it's not recommended and it's risky because it's creating something called ambiguous relationship. This because relationship can be contradict between each others. So the bi-directions aren't recommended in this in our project because we will avoid any headache or any error in the future, and we will keep it simple. So let's jump back to our report. Here we have the sales territory. So let's pull this out and take this one from the return, for example. And we have this here. We have the territory key. We have the order quantity broken down by the territory key, the return quantity also broken down by the territory key. And here, if you see, it's not broken down. I missed this one. It's not broken down. It's duplicated because there is no relationship as we talked about. So if we go back to our model here, if we go to for example, to our return, let's check this one, double click. And here we choose the cross filter direction as both. Press OK. Now go back to here. Now the order quantity is broken down by the territory key. So it looks good in the first eye for untrained eye. It looks good. Thumbs up. Everything looks great. But if we look closer, there might be a missing data here, 2 and 3, and this is filled out because there is no data available. So when we filtered it, it's going out from our table. So it looks good, but maybe it's not accurate. So again, if we go to this one and we know we want, let's get back this to single. Let's went back and let's try to the cells. Double click for this one. Let's choose the both or bidirection. Press OK. And now it's a bidirection. Let's go back to our report and drag the cells. Cells territory key here. And now here is a good data because the order quantity, it's broken down by the territory key. Also, the return quantity is broken down. And also, there is no data here in the 2 and the 3, but it's still listed and reported as well. So just to make sure, we go back to here. As we said before, we cannot make the both of them as bidirection. Let's try it. Double click for this one and let's choose the both or bidirection. See the message here. The message says that there is ambiguous relationship, and this is a problem. So it needs either you can delete or deactivate the other relationship, and then you can make this available, the bidirection for this one. Even the OK button, it's grayed out, so you cannot make it. So let's get back to single, press OK. I just want to make sure that the filter flow is very important thing to understand, and it's not recommended to use the bidirections because it's cause a lot of headache and error, the ambiguous relationship, because of contradict between relationships. So it's better to make it simple as well and make it single here, and everything will be clean and easy. That's it. Here now, what if you need to hide some field to filter or to being filtered from the end user? So for example, if you don't want your employee or the end user to filter with this one or these one, so it's easily you can, for example, go to here, customer key or the product key, for example, right click and let's hide in report view. Now it's hide. Let's make also the customer key, also hide it. Again, for example, the product name, or we still need the product name, maybe the customer name. Let's choose this one, the full name that we have created before, hide. And now here, if we go back to our report, if you see here, it's not active for the product. If you see it's not active here, that's what we hide there. Also in the customer, for example, the customer name, it's the full name, it's not available here. The full name that we hide it in the data model, it's not available here. And this is good because if you don't want your end user or employee to filter for these fields, so it's an easy way to do it. To get it back, just right click, just remove it. Again for this one, right click, Let's take this out. And what we've done also, I think all thing is up. This one, the product key. And that's it. Just for your information, how you hide your fields from being filtered. That's it. Hello again. In this section, we're going to talk about DAX, Data Analysis Expression, or commonly known as DAX, DAX, and it's the language that drives Power BI. You can create calculated columns or measures. And there is two ways to use it. Even you can create calculated columns that lives in the table, or you can create measures that used in visual. And what I mean is that the same as we did before, that creating columns, so you can create a new columns which is formula based. And the DAX is good for users who come from an Excel background. Actually, columns or calculated columns, if you want to return a fixed value for each row, so you can use a calculated columns, but it's not good or it's useless if you need to aggregate function like sum, average, or any aggregate function. Calculated columns typically used for filtering data rather than creating numerical values because it understands raw context. To illustrate that further, let's jump to our Power BI file here and let's go to our data model. And here we have our connections. Let's go to the sales, for example. And here, if you remember, in previous sections or previous lectures, there was a new columns here, conditional columns. If you remember, like we go to here and we add a conditional from Power Query Editor, we add a conditional columns that return if the order quantity is bigger than 1, return multiple, else return single. Now we'll do the same, but using DAX or using syntax. Now, I just need you to focus on this now, how we create this one, and I will illustrate further where we can choose the DAX or where we can use the Power Query Editor. Now here in in sales, select our quantity, right click and new column. Now here in the M code bar, we'll write our syntax. Now don't worry about this. We'll dive into it further, but just focus on the results here. Now here we'll return our quantity type. Oops. Now if order quantity now here we have in sales the order quantity, we choose it. If the order quantity is yes, this one is bigger than 1, so return multiple item. Else return single item. Press enter. And we have here we have the same result as we got in the calculate in our Power Query Editor. Now here if you see, For example, this is a return result, fixed result for each row. This is what I mean by row context. It returns a fixed value for each row. But if you need to use it for aggregate value, let's try it in our demo. Right click and again new column. Let's name it total quantity. Let's use sum, our order quantity. Press enter. And now you see there is a duplicate value. There is 84,000 in each row. It's a duplicate value. So this is useless or meaningless because this is returns an aggregate value for the whole table. It's not a row context. So you can't use DAX or calculated columns for aggregate function like sum or average or any aggregate function syntax you need. If you need to use it to return a fixed value for each row, you can use it. And that's it. Let's delete this because it's useless. And all things up. Now let's try some functions, some count functions like count, count rows, count A, and the string count. Now here, if I go to my return table, this one, now here actually we did this measure, the count quantity return. And if I need to calculate the total quantity returned, actually this is the column or this is the measure we did, and the quantity return is the sum of return quantity. So in my new measure, I will do the same concept, except this is the issue. If the customer returned 2 items, and that counts twice in quantity return columns, but I only want that to count once as return. So in this case, the quantity return is not working here. And instead, I will use another one. So let's add a new measure and illustrate by practicing. So here, let's type total return, and let's do the count. And here, let's make return, and you can choose whatever you want. Let's choose this one. Close the brackets, press enter. And that's it. Drag it here. And now we have the total return. And as you see, the total return is slightly lower than the quantity returned. This is because the multiple item returned, and that means the number is a little bit lower than the quantity. So let's go to here, and as you see in the return table here, now in our function in the measure, we count each row in this one. We count each item. Each item or each row, it means that there is a return. So it counted as the total return. So if we jump back to here, and let's do this as count A, for example, and let's do this the same, or and the return table. And if you see here, we can use anything you would like. And the difference between count and count A, that count just for the numbers, the value with numbers, or the cells with numbers, but the count A is for numerical and non-numerical values. So you can use whatever you want. Let's try the return a quantity, close the parentheses, press enter, and here we go. We have the same result here, and you can use this one or that. Otherwise, you can use also the count rows. Again, if we delete this one, and we count all the rows in the return table, this one, and it returns the same result. Now you can use the count A or count rows, and it returns the same result. As I told you, this is the case that if a customer returned 2 items and that counted twice in quantity return columns, but here in our case I only want that to count once as a return, and this is how you solve it. Let's jump to another one. Let's do the same but in another table. For example, let's go to sales just for more practice. Let's go to our sales. Same as here, we have the quantity sold measure here, and this is the sum of order quantity. This one is the sum, but the point here is I don't want to calculate the sum of order quantity. I want to calculate the total volume of order quantity. This means if I placed a single order, but I purchased 2 different products. So let's go here and illustrate that there. If I'm here, now if I placed a single order, but I purchased 2 different products, that will show a 1 order number here, followed up by order line. So each order number has an order line, and the second order number has another order line. In other words, if there is 1 order number and 2 different products, so here it will be duplicate, and that's wrong because this is 1 order number with 2 different products. So in our case, the count and count A and count rows is useless, and it cannot work here because it will count the rows, and this will inflate my orders. Instead, I need to calculate a unique value of quantity number. So let's jump back to our report canvas and go to sales and add a new measure. So here, let's write total orders. And you guessed it, it's distinct count. And I need the order number. That's it. In our sales table, close it, press enter. And here we go. Let's drag it to here. And now, as you see, we have the quantity sold, we have the total order, quantity returned, and the return rate, total return, and the average retail price. Now here in our case, in our example, the total orders, as you see, is lower than quantity sold. This means that each order from here has multiple items sold. That's why it's a bit, not a bit actually, it's a way lower than this because each order has multiple products. That's it. All things up. We test our count A, count rows, and this thing count. This is for a unique value. If you want to return a unique value and avoid any duplicate, so you can use this one, this thing count. And else you can use the count A, or count rows. That's it. All things up. See you in the next lecture. Now just take a look and see this one. Here in our table, just pause the video and see what's going on, or what is the problem in this table. And I guess you found it, that here in the total orders, we have these numbers here. And this, the total, actually is not a sum of this one. 16,000, 13,000, and 6,000, this equals to 38,000. But the number here, the sum total here, is 25,000, and this doesn't match the total orders. Actually here, if we go to our sales, for example, and here in our data canvas and sales, so here in the order number, so just if we sort this descending, and if you see here, this is the order number 4147. It's a 3-time 4147, 4147, and this one also. And here the same 44. This is the same order, but it counts to 3 here. And that's why here in our report, it's a distinct value. So here, these 3 order numbers, it counts as 1 order number. So that's why here's the number here is less than the sum of this. So in accessories, we have 16,000, and in bikes, we have 13,900, and in clothing, the same 6,976 order, a single order. It means that in each row from this, if you count it for the accessories, so you will came to 16,000. But as a unique value or unique order number, as counting these 3 as 1 order, so it will return this number. So not that issue, but it's a critical thing just to understand. So for example, if we are here in our sales and we go to the 605, this order number 605 in a product key. So if we go to product, for example here, and we go to the 605, this one 605, and this is the road 750 black, this one, and this is the product subcategory 2. So if you go to subcategory here, now this is the customer. Now, number 2 is a road bike, and followed by the product category key number 1. So number 1 for bikes. So here, this one is included in here, and same as this if you go to sales again, so now this number, this is the sales. Now this is for bikes, this is for clothing, and this is for, let's check it, 538. You can check it also, and this is counting as one order number. But here, if you see it, it will count one in clothing, one in bikes, and one in accessories. So it's one time here, one time here, and one time here. So that's why this total for this one is not this one. That's why the number here is inflated. But then the accurate number for the total order, that is. But in the accessories, the total number and accurate number is the total orders as this one. That's it. Again, it's not an issue, but it's a critical thing to understand and to go on. That's it. All things up. Let's jump on. Hi again. Now we're going to talk about one of the most important functions in DAX. It's calculate function, and it's used to calculate a measure with a filter context. It's not an if statement, but you need to calculate a measure if you want to return a value from a measure, but with a condition. So as we talked about before, this is our matrix, and here our total orders. For example, this is the measure. This is the measure, and I need to calculate this measure again, but with filter context. Filter context depends on one of the columns in the table. And let me illustrate further. For example, here in our matrix, we have the category name, accessories, bike, clothing, and component, and we have total orders for each one of them. So now I need to calculate the total orders for each one, but only if the order quantity is bigger than 1. So if the customer came in and ordered more than 1 from accessories, bikes, clothing, or component, then calculate it. That's what I meant in calculate measures with a filter context. So let's try this demo in our example, and let's calculate a bulk orders. It means that the orders is greater than 1. Here in our sales, let's go to our sales, and let's add a new measure. Don't worry, I will add much more examples for this, and you will be fine. Now here in the measure, let's name it bulk orders. Equals, now I need to calculate. Now the expression, it will be the measure I have made before. In our example, it's a total order. That this is the first one, and you see the calculator sign here. It's a measure. So total orders, comma, and now the filter or the condition I need to return in our function. Here I need the order quantity. If the order quantity is greater than 1, just lock it, press enter. That's it. Actually, I don't need this one. I don't need the quantity return or this. Let's remove this out and drag this to here. Actually, I also don't need the total return. Now, if you see here, the bulk order here is a percentage of total orders for accessories. I mean, no bulk orders for bikes. As you see, this is an empty here, so there is no bulk orders for bikes, and which makes sense if bikes are much more high ticket item, so you will not have customer coming in and purchasing multiple bikes. So here in our example, the bulk orders here, it means that the customer came in and ordered more than order quantity in accessories and in clothing. But bikes, no, since it's inexpensive regarding to accessories and the clothing. To illustrate this further, we'll take the second example, and if we go to return here, what if I need to know, or the client needs to know about the return? So I need to calculate the return, the total return, but the filter context category name equal to bikes. So I need to know the return from bikes. So if I want to solve this, so I need to calculate the total return and then filter context with bikes. Now we are here in return, and let's add a new measure. Let's name it, for example, bike return. Now we'll use calculate. Now here, I want to calculate the total return. This is a measure we've made before. Tab it, comma, and now our filter context is the category name. This one is equal to bikes. Close it, like it, press enter. Now let's drag this to here. That's it. And as you see here, this is a duplicate number. It's the same number, repeated number, 427, 427 in each row in this. And that because the calculate function modifies and overrules any competing filter context. So clothing here, for example, clothing here has a filter context category name equal clothing defined by row label. And also it has a filter context category name equals to bikes and defined by the calculate function. So both filter context cannot be true at the same time. So clothing filter is overwritten and bikes filter from calculate defined by calculate function takes a priority. So it's just like the filter context from calculate function is like, I am the boss, I will override or overwrite any filter or any competing filter context exist. That's why this is a repeating number here. So that again, let's recap it. Accessories has a filter context. The category name equal accessories defined by row label, and it also has another filter context category name equal bikes. So bikes override the accessories filter context. That's why this is the repeated number here. Now let's take the third example in our session today. That's just I need you to focus and to make a deep understand for the calculate function and how to use it. So if I again go to sales here, let's add a new measure. Now, what if the client asked us, or the client is looking to see if he needs to run more offers on weekend to promote sales, or weekend to be stronger than weekdays? So the client needs to know the sales in weekends. So I need to calculate the measures, to calculate the total sales with filter context equal to weekend. So I added a new measure here in sales, and let's name it weekend orders. And that's equal. Let's calculate this one. The expression, it will be the total order, for example. And now my filter, if the week end, this column that we added already is equal to weekend. Lock it, press enter. Now let's remove this and remove this. And actually also I don't need this. And bulk orders, let's remove this out. And let's choose our added measure. It was the weekend order, that's it. Let's drag it to here. And here, as you see, there is a total orders, and this is a weekend orders. And this is just the sales or the orders in weekend. This is what the client needs to see. But actually, this is a raw value. So we need to break it down into some categories. So here in our calendar, if we choose the weekend, this one in the row. Now here we have this is the same issue that I told you before. This is the repeated number. This is because the weekend has a filter, or the weekday has the filter context. Total orders or total sales with filter context with weekend orders. So weekend orders filter modifies and overrules the competing filters for the weekday. This is why a repeating number here. That's it. We'll going deep for this calculate function in next lecture. See you. Now continuing with the calculate function, we have calculate all function, and it returns all the rows in table or values in column, ignoring any filter context. So if you add a filter context, so all function will remove it. To explain that, focus with this. What if I need to capture the grand total orders or all orders across the board? To show you that, let's adjust this matrix a little bit. Here in category name, I need the category name here. And here we go. Now, here in the sales, for example, let's add new measure. Don't worry about this, you will understand it step by step. Now, the measure will name it all orders. And it equals, let's use calculate. Now the expression is the total order, this one, and this is our measure. I need to calculate the grand total orders, the all total orders. Now by pressing comma, this is a filter. And if you remember in calculate function, you put here a filter context that filtering this function. So maybe you can choose bigger than the order quantity bigger than 1, the category name, or the territory, whatever you want. But here, now I don't want to return or I don't want to use any filter. I just want to return the grand total. So I want to delete or remove any filter. So what I'm gonna use here is use the all function. Press enter, press tab, sorry. And this choose the sales table, and let's choose it here. This is, and as you see, this is the table. I will choose this, the whole table. Close the parentheses, double close. And just to recap, I want to calculate the total orders with no filters, just in all the sales, no matter what. Press enter. Let's drag it here. And as you see, now this one is the grand total, not for accessories, not for bikes, not for clothing, and not for component. It's just for all. Actually, we have this number here, but it's a built-in. It's a built-in function. So I need to make a measure just for use it in another column. So that's it. I make a calculate, and here should be a filter, but the all function removes any filter exist. That's it. 25,000 is the grand total. Now here alone, the raw data, the raw value for all orders is not helpful actually. So I need to make another column or another measure just to make it useful here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add a new measure. And let's name it percent of all orders. And that equals the total order. This one just divided by all orders that we just made all orders. Now press enter. Drag it here. And let's make it a percentage here for modeling. Now that makes sense. In Excel, if you are an Excel user, in Excel, just a simple way to do it, take this number and divide it by this number with equal sign, just equal 16,000 divided by 25,000. But since here there is no measure alone derived from this table, so we cannot do this. That's why we made a calculate, a new measure, just to pull this out of the table in a new column here. Or in a new measure, not a new column, it's a new measure here. And now I divide this number divided by this number to get the percentage of all orders. Now that makes sense. As I said, the all orders raw value is not helpful, is not useful because I already have it here. But now I can divide this by this. Again, in Excel you can directly divide this by this number. But in Power BI here, in DAX, you cannot, since there is a measures here. So you need to pull it out of the table and make a new measure here. And let's say the total orders for accessories, it's 67%. This is about half, and the total is 100%, and everything is fine. Let's make a new measure, a new example for this one, just to make sure that you fully understand that. So let's go to product, for example. If I need to return the average retail price for the whole component, for the whole accessories, bikes, clothing, and components, for the all goods, I want to return the grand average retail price or overall. Now let's go to product here. Actually, this is the product. Actually, here I have the average retail price. Now I need the overall. Now here, let's name it overall AVG price. And that let's calculate the average price, this one, the average retail price that we already calculated or measured before. And now we should add a filter. And since we don't need any filter here, so we'll add all function again, and this all in a product table. It's not sales, it's not calendar or customer, it's in a product, since the average retail price located in product table. So the product here, you see it as a table. Double click, close it twice, press enter. That's it. Let's drag it here. And also, we drag it twice. Let's remove this. And also, let's drag the average retail price here. And now the average, let's make it US dollar. And now that makes sense, since you can compare that the average retail price for accessories is $34 and is a way lower than the overall average price here. And the bikes is about double the overall average price in 1,500. The clothing, the component. And here you see the repeated number. This is because no matter what the filter context is, I want to return the overall average price, this one, from the whole table or across the board. That's it. Hope you fully understand these two examples. We'll go to another function from calculate next lecture. Now we talked about the calculate and the calculate all functions. And now we're going to talk about the filter function. Now, the filter function actually filters, returns table as defined by some filter expression. Row by row by row by row, and chopping out any rows that do not meet the filter expression. And by the time it goes through a whole table, you end up this subset, a smaller table containing fewer rows, only that meeting the filter expression. Now that, unlike the calculate function is not an iterator function, means that doesn't actually eliminate rows from table. So the filter produce new table as a subset of original table. And if you are dealing with unmanageable file sizes, so as a best practice, do not use filter if a standard calculate function will get the job done. Now, to illustrate the filter function, let's go to our table, our file in Power BI, and go to sales, for example. Let's collapse this, and here in sales. Now, what if I need to return or to measure or to evaluate the orders that greater than average retail price? So I need the total orders. Which is greater than overall of average price, 714. Now to do this, let's make a new measure. Now here, let's write, for example, I need the high ticket. Let's name it high ticket orders. And that, let's calculate the total orders, this measure. Come on, and now here let's think a little bit. This is the filter. I need to make a filter context here that the average price or the retail price, the product price, is greater than overall average price. And if it's greater than it, then give me the value. Go row by row and check it out. So simply, let's make product price here. This one, product price. First one. And let's make it greater than average price. This one, average, overall average price. Close the parentheses, press enter. And here we go. We have an error function here. It calls that the calculate has been used in true or false expression. That's used a table filter expression. This is not allowed. It means that, in other words, the filter here cannot use a measure. And since this is a measure, the overall average price, this is a measure we have made. Since we have made it, so you cannot use it in the filter here. So instead, we could do a trick for this one, but I don't recommend it, and I'll tell you why. So if we delete this one, since this is the problem here, the overall average price, so if we delete it here, and we need the product price is greater than 714.44. So let's type it 714.44. If you are lazy, you can do it. Press enter. And let's try it. Here, I don't want the all orders. And the high ticket, let's drag it here. And make it after the total orders. That's it. Now here, I don't recommend to use this method because every time you adjust the tables or you refresh the data, so this is not automatically will synchronize with the table. You will need to adjust it manually. So that's why I don't recommend to do this. Instead, I'll teach you how to write it, and it will refresh automatically. So now here we have 11,300 high ticket orders greater than the overall average price. And that makes sense since the bikes, the average retail price for the bikes is greater than the overall average price and double. Now let's change this one and do another trick. Now here we can use the filter, this one, and as you see when we type filter, now this is a table. I need to define the table that you need to use it. Now the table here is the product. This is the filter one, and now we're going to add the table. So here the product lookup, this one, the product lookup, tab it. And now this is the table. Now the filter expression is the product price, and this one product price is greater than overall average price. Now here, again, press enter. That's it. Let's drag it again. And as you see, nothing has changed. And when you refresh the tables, it will refresh automatically. Now here, let's recap it. I need to calculate the total orders, but with filter that if the product price that located in the product lookup table, if the product price bigger than overall average price, then give me the value. And as you see, we got this value from bikes only, and that makes sense since the average retail price for bikes is above the average, the overall average price, and double. Here we go. This is a simple way to make it. And as I told you, for the best practice, if the calculate function get the job done, so do not use the filter as well. We get this, and everything is fine. Let's move to another lecture. All thing is up. See you. We are going to talk about some iterator functions. Now, iterator functions means that they loop through some calculations or expressions on each row of the table and then apply some sort of aggregation. Now, to illustrate that further, let's go to here to the table. and go to sales, for example. And as you see here, we have the revenue and nothing is wrong with it. This is, as you see, the retail price multiplied by the order quantity, and we have the retail price here as the related, and everything looks good. Now, what if I need to create a new measure, not column? I need to create a measure for this one, for the revenue, for retail price, and so on. So let's go back to the report and go to sales and add a new measure, just to show you what is the iterator function means. Now here in our measure, let's call the total revenue, for example. Oops. Underscore CC, just to define it from the original one, equal. Now the same thing, that it's an order quantity multiplied by the retail price. So just simply as that, let's type order quantity, and as you see here, there is only columns. I cannot choose the order quantity here, only measures, no columns. And the thing here that DAX doesn't know what to do if you choose the whole column and nothing and no step further. So you cannot access to column here, only measures that we've made. So it's not a good thing. Actually, the same if you try the retail price, and as you see, it's not here, it's not listed here. So instead for this, let's try another thing, that I need to calculate the total revenue. So that means it should be the order quantity multiplied by the retail price. And since we cannot access to the column, so what if we can multiply the sum of the quantity by the sum of the retail price, and will broken down by the category name? Maybe we can get the same result. Let's try. Now sum, let's try sum, and here I need the order quantity, and that's it, order quantity. Just multiply by the sum of retail price. That's it. Just hit enter. Now here I need the order quantity. This one. Is multiplied by sum, by sum of retail price. This one. And here I need to close these brackets. Press enter. Here we go. Now here I don't need this one, not the high ticket, not the weekend, and not all order. Also this one chopped out. And here we have this. Now we create a total revenue. We have this one, the original one, and we have the total revenue. Copy. Now, if you see here, it's not the same. It's a way far. So this is the number. It should be the same as total revenue, since we made the sum of the order quantity multiplied by the sum of retail price and broken down by the category name, and that's it. Why? And that should have the same number, but this is a bit different. So the order quantity, the order total orders for clothing, 6,000, and it generates about $3 million as a revenue. And this is not true, not accurate, because this is the sum of the retail price, and that's wrong, because it adds the retail price for accessories, to the bikes, to the clothing, and so on. And that's not correct at all. So what if change this to average, for example, and let's press enter and see nothing can change. So it's not a good idea to deal with this. Now, what we need is a function that iterates through the whole table and apply aggregation of the result row by row. So sum x and average x, count x, and so on. That's what we need here. So let's delete this. And here we have sum x. And now the table, here is sales. And as you see, there is a sales. The argument here is for sum x is a table and the expression. Now the table, since we are dealing with the revenue and retail price, so we are here in the sales table. So let's choose the sales table, press comma, and now we have the order quantity. Now the expression, we have the order quantity here, and now multiplied by the retail price. This one. Close it again, press enter, and let's see. Here we go. We have the same exact numbers, total revenue and the total revenue. This is the copy for this one, from the original one. We have the same numbers here. See, means that this is the exact iterator function that we need to apply here, that loop throughout the table and apply the aggregation or some sort of aggregation as of the result. That's what we need. And now if we go back to our cells here, and this one, we don't need it anymore since we create another one. So here, if we delete this one, let's delete it. And waiting for refresh. Let's go back to our report, and now we have this wrong message. Says that the total revenue here, this column, is based on the column. This measure is based on the column that we just deleted. That's why we don't need it anymore. So just fix this. And actually, we don't need the total revenue. As you see it here, we don't need it since it's a built-in here in our measure, new measure. So let's delete this. And as you see, this is the sales revenue, sum of sales revenue, and that's we don't need it anymore since we have this. And let's rename this. The new one, let's rename it since the original one has been deleted. So total revenue. Now, what if I need to delete also the retail price? As you see here, our project, the order quantity is multiplied by the sales, table sales, the column retail price. But here, if we delete this one, so that measure will show an error message. That because it depends on this retail price. So to fix this, we can jump to here and see this is a related. As you remember, this is a related function here from the product price. So if you can copy this or just go there and here, and here we have the product price. This one. Just to close it, press enter. it should nothing change here. The same result, so everything is fine. Now let's go back to our data and delete this one since no measure depends on it. So let's delete it. Waiting for refresh. Now we delete the revenue, the retail price, since no measure depends on it, and see we still get the same number here since we copied the function from the retail price column to here. So everything is up. This is a crash course about the filter functions and the iterator functions. Hope you enjoy it. Try to figure out and practice more for this one, and you can repeat this video a lot of times just to fully understand how iterator functions works. Thanks for watching. See you next. Now we're coming to the last lecture in this section, and we're going to talk about the time intelligence, and that allows you to easily calculate the common time comparison. Now let's jump to our file and try and test some functions in the time intelligence. Now here, actually I don't need the category name since we are dealing with the time instead, and also I don't need the total orders. Here in the calendar, I need the start of the month, for example. This is short month, sorry, I need the start of month, this one. And now as you see, it's an automatic hierarchy here, automatically hierarchy built in here. So we don't need this, so just press the button here, and date hierarchy, just choose start of month, just to separate it out. That's it. Now, here, actually this needs some adjustment. This needs some adjustment, and actually we didn't save it as a short month. So let's try again this short month. Maybe we adjusted here. Actually, I don't remember. Or the date. That's it. That's it. We choose the date just to expand this one, January, February, March, and so on. And we have the total revenue broken down by the month, by start of the month. Now, what if I need to know or to calculate the year-to-date revenue? So I need the whole revenue year to date. So what I'm gonna do is going to sales here and build a new measure, add a new measure here, and let's name it, for example, year to date revenue, and that equals calculate. And as you remember, this is the calculate and the expression. The expression here, it will be the total revenue. Let's search for it. This is the total revenue. Press comma, and now here we need the filter that calculate the revenue year to date. So here I'm going to use the dates, this function, dates year to date, this one. And now Power BI guides me for this function, dates, and I'm going to use date. This is the table, this one in the calendar. Oops. That is. And then here, you remember you can choose the date, day, month, month number, quarter. In our case, I don't want to use anything of it. So just to close the parentheses twice, press enter. And here we have year to date. Revenue, let's put it in the value. Now we have it here. Now here we have the revenue year to date. If you are an Excel user, so simply you can make a simple formula here that this cell is equal to this one, to previous one, plus the current one, and this equal to 22. So 8,000 plus 14,000 equals to 22, and so on. This is year to date. And if you notice, this is, if you jump back to here, this is the January here, February, and if you see, this is an aggregation revenue. Now here we are in September, and let's go down. Now if you see here, this is the aggregation total revenue year to date from the 1st of 2015 until December 31st, 2015 is 6,404,000, and so. And then it's reset here, the 1st of 2016, it's reset and aggregated again, and so on until 2017, as you see here. Let's see. Let's see here, the total revenue for the 2016 is 9 million, and in 2017 it's reset again. That's it. Now let's go, and this is year to date. What if I need just to format it? So if I go to format here, don't worry about this, I will explain it more in the next section. So just here in the format and go conditional formatting, choose the year to date and the data bars on. And here you see, and as you see the revenue, how it's come. That's it. And if you would like to collapse this data, you can just pull this over. So we go back to our panel and choose the start of the date in the calendar here. Start of month, just take it here, and as you see, and 2015 has the quarter for each one. Actually, we don't need this one, so just make sure start of month here, and that's it. As you see, how it increased from start January 1st, 2015 until the December, and reset again, reset here, again, and so on. That's it. This is about the time intelligence. Let's try another one. So let's pull this over, pull this out. We don't need it. Let's go to sales again. Where's the sales? This is the sales, and let's add a new measure. What if the client asks us that he needs a target revenue that equal previous revenue plus 10%? So each month it should equal to previous month revenue plus 10%. So this is a tough target actually to achieve and to build in Power BI. But let's go step by step. First, we have to build a previous month revenue, and then we add the 10%. So here in our new measure in sales, let's call it previous month revenue, and that's equal to calculate again. Let's choose the total revenue, this one, total revenue, and here we have the filter context here. It will be the date, add this one, and as you see, this is the date here. The expression is the date, the number of intervals, and the intervals. Now the date, it means the table, the column that's related to the table. In our case, the date and the calendar, this one. Press comma, and since we are previous month, so we need to subtract 1 month. So it's -1. That's it. And now we're going to choose the month. It's a previous here, previous one, -1 month. And if 2 months, you can choose to change this one. Just to close it twice, press enter. Let's drag it to the value, and we have it here that every month, this is the month, this is the January 1st 2015, and this is February 2015, has a previous month sales plus this one. Now we have it here. Now we can go beyond and ask and add what the client needs to add a 10% to the previous month. So let's go to the hour sales again and add a new measure. And let's name it revenue target, for example. And that means you're going to calculate the previous month is multiplied by 10%. Oops, press enter. And now this is the target. Let's see it, where it's located. The revenue target here, let's pull it out. And that's it. Here we have the target. It means that the previous month is 500 plus 10%, it's equal to 600. Again, 500 plus 10% is equal to 700, and so on, so on. That's it. I know you don't have to remember all these things, all these functions. If you need it and you're forced to do this, you can search for the internet. You don't have to remember it at all. I know it's hard a little bit, but it's a good start just to understand the time intelligence functions. Now let's end up with this one, and this is a recap for our time intelligence, that we use the time functions in our table. Next section, we'll talk about the data visualization and how to explore the data. See you next. Now we're going to talk about the measures. Now, previously we talked about the calculated columns, and it returns a value for each row, and it's invisible or lives inside the table. Now, unlike the calculated columns, the measures, it's invisible, and you can use it only in data visualization like chart, matrix, and it returns an aggregate function like sum, like average, and so on. So let's take a look. If we go to report here, the measure depends on filter context, not row context. Row context, as we talked about before, it depends on each row. It returns a value for each row. But the measure, it returns a value for the aggregate. And it's a filter context. It means that if you change the filter, the measure will return a new value. If we go to our report dashboard, the metrics here, actually it's a measure. We didn't say that it's a measure because this is a separate lecture for it. This is a measure, and if you see here, when you hold and drag it, this is you create a measure. And if you press this button here, there is a sum, average, minimum, maximum, and so on. And this is an aggregate functions. This is, if you choose it, the value here will return a new value. And this is a filter context. It means that the measure return a new value if you change the filter. This is a filter context. The calculated column is a row context. It means that return a new column, a new value for each row. And this is invisible. You cannot see the sum of order quantity. You cannot see the average of order quantity. You just create it and you see the result in the data visualization like chart, matrix, and so on. That's it. Now let's add some columns and measures. There is two ways to add it. You can go to report panel from here, and you can go new column and new measure from here. Or you can go to from data panel and right click. There is a new column and new measure. This is two ways to add it. So let's try this one. Let's go to report and go modeling from report panel and go modeling, and let's add a new measure because we added in the previous lectures a new column. Now today we'll add a new measure. Now let's add it. Let's adjust first this table. Actually here I don't want the territory key. I need the product. It's just a product and no return, no sales, no the territory, the product, I guess this one, and let's take the product key. Now here I have the order quantity and the return quantity is broken down by the product key. Now let's add some measures. If we go modeling, here modeling from the report, we go modeling and let's new measure. When you add a new measure, so it's added here. And there is another way. If you just close this one, and since we need to add a new measure for the sales, here, right click here on anywhere, right click and new measure. Where is it? This one. And this is, I don't recommend to use the add a new quick measure because there is no options and you cannot use it flexible. It's not flexible and it's not powerful to use the quick measure. So it's preferably to use the normal measure. So just stand on the sales and go modeling and press new measure. And remember the measure, it means that I need to return the same value for example, the return quantity, but with DAX syntax. Now there is an implicit and explicit measure. The implicit, that means cannot be accessed outside this visual, but the explicit, it's powerful and flexible. It means we have the same idea, the same sum of order quantity, for example, or the return quantity, but it's not built in. You're going to write it. So now let's write it here. Let's call this quantity sold. And here we can use the space quantity sold and sum order quantity. And this one, you can either double click or just tab it, press enter. Now this is, we created a quantity sold. Now let's get rid of the return quantity and hold this one and drag it here. And here we go. We have the same result from this one, the order quantity and the quantity sold. I just name it a quantity sold just to differentiate this one. See, is the same result, but this is an implicit measure. It means that cannot be accessed from outside this visual. And this one, the quantity sold that we built before, the measure, new measure, it's powerful and flexible. It gives us the same idea, the same sum of order quantity, and can be accessed from outside this visual. And you can assign it from wherever you want. For example, you need to put it in the category, calendar, or whatever you want. Now, this is a cool tip, and this is a cool way just to make a measure as you like. And if we go here, just to notice that the measure that we built, see the quantity sold, there is a calculator icon. It means that this is a new measure, and this is an explicit measure. And while you see here, this is a sigma sign, and this means that this is a built-in measure in our table and cannot be accessed from outside the measure. And that's it. Now, as we talked before in previous lectures about the DAX syntax, formulas, functions, common functions, date and time, and how to write a formula. Now, this is not a matter to write a formula. The users from an Excel background is familiar with this one. And even if you are not familiar with the Excel background or these functions, it's easy to learn it. Now, here in this lecture, we'll jump to our demo and try some functions from date and time. Now, from here in our file, let's go to data panel, and let's go to, for example, the calendar. This one. Here I was trying it. Let's delete this one. Now, if you remember in Power Query Editor, here you can add a calculated column, so you don't need to write any M code or formula here. But today, now here we are going to type some formulas, date and time. So here in our table, stand anywhere in the table, right-click, and choose a new column. Now here in new column, we need to write a code here that define what is the column. So let's try it. Let's name it day of a week. The formula is weekday. And here return, and it means that Power BI hint us that you should write a date or the table that returns the date, and explain it that it returns a number from 1 to 7. Now let's write our table. It's calendar date. That's it. Press tab, and this is an optional day, months, or years. Now we don't use any of this, so let's press comma and choose 1, 2, or 3, and that means which day you want to identify as the start of the week. So here in our example, you can use the Sunday, the Monday. For example, in our example, let's choose Monday, double click or just tab it, close the parentheses, press enter. Let's see what will happen. Now here, this column returns the value for each day. Means that Thursday, here, it's the 4th day of the week. And here, Monday, it means Monday is the first day of the week. And so on. Remember that in Power Query Editor, you don't have to write an M code. It's a calculated column. But here in DAX, you need to add it and write an M code. Let's try some functions and have fun. Now let's go to customer, for example. And here, if you remember, we calculate a year, a birth year. Let's see it here. And I guess we didn't save it. So let's go and add it and come back to here to compare. So let's go to our Power Query Editor, edit or transform data. Now let's go to the customer. And if you remember here, we don't have it here. I need the birth year. This is a full date, but I need the birth year. So it's not here. Now let's select it. Select the birth date column and go add column, extract, and I need the last 4 characters. Last characters, define as 4, press OK. And this one, let's name it as birth year. Oops. Press enter. And that's it. And remember, go home and close and apply. Last time maybe I missed it, so it's not saved. Let's go again to our data. Let's wait until refresh. Now let's go to our data here. In the customer panel or the customer table, there is our birth year calculated column. So we didn't write any formula or syntax or any function in the Power Query Editor. But here, we're going to do so to return the same value. So again, stand in anywhere, just right click and add a new column. It takes a bit of time. Now here, let's name it, for example, birth year again. And the source is here just to define it from the original one. Now here I need to return the year and date, the customer birth year, this one, our table. Just to close it, let's enter. And that means this function will return the year or the birth year from just the birth year from our table. Let's see what will happen. Now it says that an error. Let's try it again. From here, let's try another one. Let's write, I need the customer birth year. That's it. There's a shortcut. Press enter. And that's it. It returns the same function. It returns the same year, the same birth year from this one. And now here, if you would like to delete this one, this is the calculated one, the calculated column from the Power Query editor. We add it. Just right click and delete it. And now if you ask, if you delete this one and you open a Power Query editor again, because if you remember, this is on the right side, there's a steps. So if we delete it from here and open a Power Query editor and refresh it, so it will show this step, this birth year again and again. So the answer is no, because Power BI is very smart that will detect any added or deleted column. Let's try it. Now we want to delete this one. Just press delete. Let's go to our Power Query editor, just to make sure. We're in a customer table. And this is, if you see here, the steps, this removed column. It means that Power BI detected that we deleted a column there. Let's go back to our file. Here in data and try some additional functions. Now again, here in our customer, if we need to return an age for each customer, it means the current age. So let's try this one. New column. And here we need current age equal date diff, this one. Press tab. Here our table. Customer birth date. And today, open close parentheses. And I will say why we open and close it. Again, let's turn I need the year. Press enter. Now here means this, the current of this one needs this one. it returns an age for each customer, 56, 57. And this is, we wrote this today, open and close the parentheses. This is because the today function is a volatile function. It means that you will see slightly different ages depending on when you view this file. So here again, if we need to have some fun, so instead of here, let's try second. Let's enter. And this means this is the first user, Julio Ruiz. This is the current age in seconds. Actually, here it's we useless or meaningless, so we don't need to see this one. So again, let's make it here, center. And that's it. Try some functions and have fun. And actually here, I didn't recognize there is an error in our birth year, and that because it returns the birth year here. So, and this column we deleted in our last video. So here we need to update this one. So we just delete it. And let's try this one. Let's make it the year function. And now our table, the birth date. And now here. So close it. Center. Now this one, we update it to the correct one, the year from our table, the customer lookup, and this is the birth date. The wrong that mistakenly that I defined this one as the birth year, not birth date. That's why it returns an error here. So just make sure that you fully focus and revise your functions. And even here we have a shortcut, so you don't need to write a function here. So you just delete this one. If you don't try to write a function, so there is a shortcut. Let's type this one. Let's enter. And now here, if you see, it returns the same as original one here. So here you need to add a year. So as we talked before about how to write a function or a syntax in Power BI, and this is a common use for Excel users. But if you are not an Excel user, it's fine. You can learn how to write a formula. Now let's jump in and try some functions, if, and or. So we're here in our file. And data view, actually I done this one. here we are in customer origin. So now here I want to return a value for parents and non-parents. For example, here we have this one, we have this table, and here we have a total children. This one, this column. This means now I want to return a new column, a value. I will add a new column and to return a value that if the total children is bigger than 0, then the user is a parent. Otherwise, he's not a parent. So in Power Query Editor, we can simply just add calculated column. It means the conditional columns, but we call it calculated columns. But here we can do it by this one. Just right click and new column, add a new column. Now here let's rename it parent. Oops. Just we need to, I zoomed it in. Now here, if we have an if statement, open the parentheses. This is the logical, the first one is the logical test. This is the test I want to, this is the condition I want to test. In our case, that I want to test the total children. So if total children, this one total children, if total children, let's zoom this out. If total children is bigger, is bigger than 0, then comma, press comma. And now since it's a text, so I'll write it in brackets. So then return a yes. Close it and comma again. Otherwise, you can leave it like this, close the parentheses, and it will return a blank cell. But here, I will return a no. Close it and close the parentheses. And here you see this is highlighted. That means that your if statement is closed already. Now here, if our condition we want to test, this is the total children. If this one is bigger than 0, it means return yes. Yes, it means that this is the user is a parent. Otherwise, is no. Let's press enter and see what will happen. Now here it returns because this one is 0, so there is no's here. No, it's not a parent. Let's scroll down. For example, here, for example, this is yes. It has 4 children, so it's yes, the parent, and this one 0, so he's not a parent. And this is how we can write an if statement. It's a simple form, and you can practice in whatever column you want. Again, if this is the condition we want to test, comma, and this is the return value, yes, 0, 1, whatever you want, and this is if the conditions is false or not, if the logical test is not met the condition, so return another value. And that's it. Let's try our function. Let's try the or and. So let's go to calendar. Here in our calendar. Now here, if you remember, we add a day of week here, and it means that the Friday is the 5th day and Monday is the 1st day of the week, and so on. Now here, what if I want to define the weekend? And actually weekend day is identified based on the day of the week. So the weekend, it depends on this column. So I need to add a new column that define the weekend day. Let's illustrate this further. Just right click and add a new column. Now here, we'll name it weekend. Now I will write if statement if. Let's explain this one. Let me explain this one. Now, if the conditional test, I want to test two conditions now. If the day of the week is the number 6 or the number 7, so this day is a weekend. Again, I want to test two logical tests, two conditions. If the day of the week, this one, is number 6 or number 7, so it's a weekend. Otherwise, it's a weekday. So here we can write two statements for if. If the day of the week 5, so return a weekend, and another one, if the day of the week is, 6, and if the day of the week is 7, then again return a weekend. But it's combined if and long function. Let's make it short and make or here. Or means if day of week, let's write it. This one, day of week, first tab. If day of week equal 6, again, we'll press comma. Again, day of week, this one, equal 7. Now close the parentheses. Now see, this is the first one is highlighted. It means this one, this formula, or this conditions is for or function. So or the day of week 6 or 7, then now press comma. Let's return back to our if statement. Return a weekend. Close it. And otherwise, it's a weekday. Now let's close the parentheses and see it's highlighted with the if statement. It means that our logical test is fine. Now again, if neither day of week 6 or 7, then return a weekend. Otherwise, it's a weekday. Let's press enter and see what will happen. Here we go. And this one, like this one, this is the 5th day. It's a weekday. Since this 6th and 7th day, so it's a weekend. Again, weekday, and this is, as you see, it's a weekend. Again, here in our formula, if, and we use or as a function just to short our function. Now let's try another one. Let's delete this one and make it shorter. So you can use this one, or just directly you can use the if statement. Now we are here in if, day of week, this one, press space. Now here we have a double pipe, this one. This one, it means if you want to use an or function, it means that you are going to use more than two conditions. Now this one, press space, day of week. Again, here we forget to put this one is equal to 6, and this one is equal to 7. Again, return a weekend. otherwise weekday. Close the parentheses, press enter, and see nothing you changed. It means that the same function returns the same value. So you can use this one or that one, and the same thing applied for the end function. That's it. See you in next lecture. Now here in our file, let's try some text functions, as I explained previously about some text functions. Now, similar to Excel, if you are familiar to type a function in Excel, so it's an easy go to write it in Power BI here. So it's the same function, same syntax. Now let's try some text functions. If we are here in our file and data preview, so let's collapse this and go to customer, for example. And now here we have our table, and let's just scroll this right. And if you remember, we create this one, we add this column in Power Query Editor as a merge of 3 columns: the prefix, this one, the prefix, the first name, and last name. And if you remember that, we capitalize it here and we merge it with a space. Now, what if I need to add a new column similar to this one, but not in Power Query Editor? So it's the same. Let's try this one, try our demo. Add a new column here. Let's take a bit of time. Now here, just name it full name again. Underscores, you see, it means that's the same match for this one. Now here I can use the concatenate, but this option, concatenate, is just to merge or to combine 2 fields. So I can combine prefix and first name, prefix and last name, or first name and last name, just 2 fields. But here in our example, so I need to combine 3 fields: prefix, first name, and last name. So concatenate, it's not a good example or not a good option here. So I have to use another function instead. So let's use an AND operator. Now here I need to prefix this one and I need first name, first tab, and also I need the last name, this one. Now press enter. Now prefix, first name and last name, and separator, this is an AND. Let's see what will happen. And everything is fine. Here we have the prefix, first name, and last name. But the problem here is that all the 3 fields are blended together, so there is no space between them. And if I need to add it, it's a simple thing. Now let's go to here, after the AND, the first AND, make space, open a quote, space, close the quote, and press AND. Again here, open a quote, space, and press AND. Oh, go here, press enter. And there you go. We have the prefix, the first name, and last name separated by a space. Now remember that you have to add, for a space, you have to add a quote, open quote and close the quote, and the space between them, and sign after them. And there you go. Everything is fine. Now let's try another demo. if we go to our calendar, here I have this one. I have the month name as January, but what if our client doesn't need to see the full month name? Maybe you need to see the first three names. So if you remember in Power Query Editor, so we can just add a column that take three letters from left or from right or wherever you want. Now here we can do the same. Let's try it and add a new column. Let's name it short month. Again, you can use space in it, use month. Now here I need the left from the month name, this one, and press comma. I need the month name, the first from the left. I need three letter, Jan, the first three letters. So press 3, close the brackets, parentheses, and press enter. And here you go. We have the first three letters is derived from this one. Everything is fine, but what if our client needs to see this all capitalized or in uppercase, Jan uppercase? You can do it in Power Query Editor, but here likely that you can do it. So here again, you can use the upper and just jump to the end and close the parentheses, press enter. And here we go. We have January all capitalized, August, February, all things up. And here remember that concatenate, we can use it just to combine two fields. And if we need to combine more than two fields, then we have to use an AND operator. And that's it. See you next lecture. Now today we're going to talk about the joining data or related data. So what if I need to pull a column or a data from a table to another table? Same as Excel when you copy it and paste it in another table. So you can use this in, or you can do this in Power Query Editor, but likely you can do it here also. Now, for example, here in our tables, just for refreshing, as you see, here is the sales. It has an active relationship with customer, calendar, territory. See the calendar and the return, and also the product as snowflake. So now what if I need to pull a data from any of this related table to this table? So the point is the table should be related to the sales that I want to return a data in it. So here in our sales, if we jump back to our data, if we go to sales, and here, what if I need to pull a column retail price to this table? Now retail price column is located here in the product, and I need to copy it from there and paste it here. So easily you can do this by right click, new column, actually here you cannot copy and paste as easy as Excel, so instead you can use Power Query Editor or the DAX. Now here I will name it related retail price. Let's use related. Now here I need the product price. I need this one, the product price. Press tab, close it, press enter. Let's see what will happen. And here we go. We have this one. It's not formulated, so you can go here in the common tools and use this one as decimal, and also use this one as the $sign. And here we go. Now, oops. It seems that there is a mistake, so I need this. I don't need this one. And here we go. We have the retailer price, and we pull it out of the product table and paste it here. Let's sort it. And that's it. Now, what if I need to make a new column that makes the revenue? The revenue means the retail price or the product price multiplied by the order quantity. So let's add a new column. Let's call it revenue. Now here I need the retail price, and if you see here, I use the retail price, and originally it's not from this table, it's located in the product table, but since we pull it to here, so we can use it as a built-in column. Now this one, the revenue, it's our retail price, and this is the originally named product price. Now this is multiplied by the order quantity, this one, order quantity from the sales. Press enter. And here we go. The order quantity multiplied by the retail price to return the same value. Now let's sort this. Descending. And if you see here, it's the same. Let's try it ascending. And as you see, all thing is up. For example, here, 3 multiplied by 4.99, it's equal to 14.97. Let's select this and choose the United States dollar. And here we go. That's it. All things up. See you next lecture. Now let's try some math and the statistics functions like sum, divide, average, and so on. Now let's go to our table, our file in Power BI, and let's jump to the data here, or this one, our report view, and we have this connection here. Now, as you know, if we would like to write a function just as Excel or as usual, it says simple math, like sum, and you type sum and you put your functions. Now here, if I would like to write or to add a new measure, this means that I will stand here in anywhere you would like, and you can directly make a new measure, but it's difficult to assign it to any object here. So just stand on it and right click and just new measure, and there is no need to stand on the header, just in anywhere. So for example, you can stand here and just a new measure, and that's it. So now let's make some functions, like some functions in our table. If we go to return, for example, this one, and let's make a new measure. Now here I want to make the sum of quantity returned. So as columns, the same way you type a function, but this one is not a measure. Actually here I make a new column and I need a measure. So by mistake, I will again right click and make a new measure. Now here you see it, it's a measure, and now you can write it. Again, the difference is that the measure, the only way to see it is to visualize it. You cannot access it. You cannot see it in a table. You just see it in when you visualize the data. So let's type here, if I need to return to calculate the quantity returned, let's make quantity returned. So simple one, the sum, let's search it, return a quantity, this one. Close the parentheses, press enter. And here we go. Again, if you see this calculator sign, it means this is a measure, and this is, you cannot see it in table. So if you go to the table, you cannot see the column called quantity returned. You just see it when you visualize the data. So just to see it, let's drag it here, click here, and take the quantity returned, this one, and drag it to the value. Here we go. We have this one. This is the quantity returned. We have here the order quantity, the sales, and the quantity returned broken down by the product key. That's it. It's a simple way to write a function in new measure. And remember, this is the only way to see the measure is to visualize it. Let's try another one just to practice. So if we go to the sales, for example, here if I need to calculate the revenue, so let's go to sales here, right click, new measure, now let's rename it total revenue, is equal to sum. Let's search for revenue. Actually, I need the sum. Oops. And I need the revenue here. Close the parentheses, press enter. Now here, we calculate the total revenue, and we already have the revenue, this one that we calculated in last sessions. So let's drag this one, the revenue, and the total revenue as well. And let's see. Let's format this. let's choose the currency as a US dollar. And that's it. Now, if you see here, this is the revenue, the same as total revenue, same in every row in the table. And this is unnecessary extra step to make a new measure for the total revenue. Actually, we don't need the revenue since we need the total revenue. It's the same. You can pull out or drag out anyone you want. So let's take out the revenue and make the total revenue just to visualize it. Good. And remember again, this is the total revenue. We drag the revenue out because it's an implicit, and the total revenue is an explicit measure. This means that you can use it wherever you want, but the revenue you cannot use it in anywhere, just in the sales table. But the total revenue you can use it in any table you want. Now, that's it. We tried the sum function. Let's try another one. What if the company needs to know which territory has the highest return? And what the kind of return? Is it component, bicycles? What is the rate of return? So actually this raw data or raw values is good to know, but it's not a good indicator. It doesn't give me a good indicator to enhance the business. So I need to know the rate for each component, rate of return for each component. So now let's calculate the return rate for each component in our data set. So again, here you can use the divide as a function, or you can use the normal operator. So let's go to our return. Here in our return rate, and let's make a new measure. And here, if we want to calculate the return rate, so it's the quantity returned divided by the quantity sold. And to do that, let's return rate, let's write this. And we need the order quantity. And if you see here, I cannot access to the order quantity here because these two tables aren't connected together. So I need to aggregate this data or aggregate these tables together in order to be able to access to these columns. So I cannot access to this table, to sales table, from here. Instead, I will do another trick. So let's search for a quantity return. Let's search for return. This one divided by quantity sold. This one. Press enter. And here we have it. Now let's see it, hold it and drag it to the value. That's it. I need a percentage. So here we go. We have the product key. We have the order quantity, quantity sold, the return, and the revenue. And the return rate is all broken down by the product key. And this is the percentage for each component for this. Now let's try another function. And let me show you the same things. So instead, if we write here, if we just write divide, and this is, let's delete this one. So the numerator will be quantity return, this one, and the denominator is the quantity sold. That's it. And this one, the alternate result here mentioned, it means that in case of false, what type of value return it will show. So here in our case, let's say there is no sale. You can write 0 or not available or anything. So actually there's if there is no quantity sold, then there is no quantity returned. So actually it's no sold, no sale. Let's press enter. And if you see, you still have the same results. And that's it. Now, just to visualize data better, so I don't need this one, drag this out, and also this out. Now we have the sales, the quantity returned, and the return rate, all broken down by the product key. But this is what if I need to change my visualize for the data. So I will pull up the product key here, and let's go to our category, for example, and choose the category name here in the row. And now it makes sense that I have the raw value for the quantity sold, returned, and the return rate for each category, the accessories, the bikes, and clothing. And as we see here, the bikes is the highest return rate in all component. But what if I need to make more visualize, to dig in more for this? So let's go to subcategory. I use this one, and I use this one, product category. So let's drag this one. So actually here nothing get changed. So, but if you dig this down, so you will see the quantities here, or the component here defined in your data set. And if you don't need to see this one, so let's delete this one, and this is the product, this is the product subcategories. So let's take this again, the same. So you can choose, this is the category name, and let's try, for example, this one. And we have this here. This is the subcategories for each category name. So when you dig this down, you can see all the component, the sold, the return, and the return rate. Well, you can go back to each one, and actually you see this plus sign here. So you can just click it and see what lies beneath. Also here, and also here. Now we go through the sum function and the divide function, the same basic math. Let's try another one. Let's try an average function. So what if I need to know the average retail price for my component? So if I go to product here, for example, here in my product, and let's add a new measure. Let's name it AVG retail price. So as usual, it's average, this one. And now I need to know the average price for the product. So average product price, this one. Close it, hit enter. That's it. Let's drag it to the value. And we have here, let's make it a US dollar. That's it. And actually here, this is, if you see, this is a component here. There is no quantity sold and no quantity returned, but there is an average retail price. And that means even if you don't, or you didn't sell any of your the other component, or if there is no return, so this component still have an average retail price. Here we go. We test our sum function, average function, divide function, and so on. This is the basic math, basic statistics. The most important things to know that the only way to see the measure is to visualize it. And unlike column, the measure is, you can access the measure and you can use it wherever you want. And the measure cannot reference naked column types or columns that do not have sort of aggregation assigned to them. That's it. All things up. See you next lecture. And now, after we came to our almost final steps, in this lecture or in this section, we're going to talk about the data visualization. And that means that all the data that we've been trying to tie, connect, add columns, add new measures, calculating profit, total revenue, that's meaningless unless you visualize this data. Now here in this section, we'll try to visualize it. So jump up to our file report. We're here. We've done a lot of work, if you remember, and in here, and let's go to our report canvas. All the work field will be here in our report. Here we're going to build our dashboard, and that's the aim of this program, the Power BI desktop. Now this one, let's select it, delete it because we don't need it anymore. Now we have this work area or work field here. Here's our filters, our visualization. You can hold and drag or just click it, and this is the field that you need to measure or visualize. You can choose the visualization tool from here. You can access from here, choose it, or from insert, and this is the image, shape, button, and so on. And after you choose whatever you want, you can just hold and drag to visualize the data. Again, here's our page, and same as Excel, you can add a new page and just delete it, same as Excel. And also you can rename it. So let's rename this and call it, for example, executive summary. That's it. And you can also collapse this, and this, but also you should know that fields, visualization, and filters lies on the right side. It's here. And if you, for example, choose to insert a chart, for example, new visual, so by default it will be this one, and unless you need to change it, you can choose the donut, the matrix, the gauge, map, whatever you want. We're here. Let's begin and start. Now we have our connections here on the right. We have the visualization and our values. And just for your information, if you choose the bar, for example, the stacked bar, here the options that's built in just for a stacked bar. If you change it, for example, to chart, column chart, so the options will change. For example, let's choose the pie chart. So if you see here, the options it changes regarding to the or according to the visualization tool. And here the formatting, you can format the data that you drag here. Now here, let's start and add our new one. First of all, let's add our image, and this one is just, this is the logo for our company, and you can just adjust it here like this. Let's try some alignment. You can show the grid line, just for example, and you can snap to grid as you see here. We'll just put it here, and also you can lock it so you can't move it anymore. Again, it's up to you. You can do whatever you want. Now let's go back to our insert, and here we need to add, let's try the stack bar. We have it here, it's an empty, and let's start to add some columns. Now here in the product, for example, or in the sales, I want to visualize the total orders. So I have this one here, total orders. So let's drag it to value. Here's our values, and it's a 25,000. It visualizes, but this is unuseful because it's a single bar, so it's not broken down to any data, and I cannot read this data well. So I need to visualize it well or add an extra data just to make sense to it. So let's try to add additional data for it. For example, the subcategory. Again, you can analyze the data in the way you would like to. So let's choose the category name in the access bar. Here you can just drag it to here, or for example, you just click this button and Power BI will automatically detect where's the best field for it, and this is the access here. Here's the subcategory. If you'd like, just remove it and add a product category, for example. And here we go. And or you can choose the subcategory. It's up to you. Let's choose this one, subcategory name. And the data is broken down. The total orders is broken down by the subcategory name: tires and tubes, road bikes, caps, gloves, and so on, so on. Here you can here's how you can visualize the data. And let's add, or let's try some features. Now here we have it in access, so let's try it in the legend. So let's hold it and drag it to legend, and as you see here we have another kind or another type of visualizing the data, and I think this is unhelpful or unuseful to do this. So let's drag it back to access. Now if you asking what is the tooltip here, so let's try the profit, for example. So you can use the revenue, for example, the total revenue. You hold it and drag it to tooltip. And this is, as you see, there is nothing it changed here, just the title. It means that this visualized or this tagged columns contains the total orders, the total revenue, broken down by the category, subcategory name. So if you jump to this one, so we have the total order, as you see, total orders, total revenue, and broken down to the tires and the tubes, or assigned to tires and tubes. And here, for example, for the caps, the total orders and revenue assigned to subcategory equal to caps. That's it. You can try and drag and choose whatever you want. This is the first step, first start, good start for it. We'll dig into more options and more visualization tools next lectures. See you. Now we are here in our file, and seems that we don't have any space. And the executive summary, that this one provides a ton of information, but it doesn't provide a clear sense of trending. So let's create some trending insight using a trend line and area chart, which are designed for this. So let's add a new page here. And this is, let's make a profit trending. So let's call it here profit trending. That's it. Now let's add the line chart. We have it here, as you see it in the second line of visualization tool, the line chart here. It's expanded, and first that we forget is just to bring our logo. So let's copy it and paste it here. We have here our logo, and we have the profit trending. Now here, as you see, we have the access, legend, values, secondary values, and tooltips. Now let's pull the total profit for the value, since we are analyzing the profit trending. So here we are in sales, and we need the total profit. This one to the values. And as you see, there is just single point here, and this is meaningless because there is no trend, just a single point and the first total profit. So to analyze this more, or break this number down and see the trending, so we need an x-axis here, and obviously we need a date. And let's go to calendar. Since we're tagged with the month, let's go specific and start, choose the start of the week. Let's choose it to the axis, and we need it, as usual, we need the start of week. And here we go, we have this trend line for the profit. Let's change the name and name it weekly profit. That's it. It's a good indicator and good sign for trending the profit over the time or over the week. So we have start of the week for October, for example, January, and you can see what is the data there. Now we're here. Let's make another one. Just select it, copy it, and paste it again. And we have it already here. Now let's make an area chart. Again, it's the same, just let me change the color just to define it from this one. So let's go to formatting, and this one I will make it for return. So instead of weekly profit, let's name it weekly return. Press enter. And we have some options here. You can define it and choose it. For tooltip, for example, or the shapes. And here's the data label. You can adjust whatever you need. And now here, I need to change this line. I need to make it an area chart. So in just one click, it will be replaced. Click the area chart, this one, and it will be replaced. Now the difference between this and this is just that the area chart, this one, is filled This is the difference between these two. And actually, this is not an added information here. The area chart really shine when you are comparing multiple series. So you want to use a category. Doesn't have a unique value. So product category here, for example, let's collapse this up. And we have the categories here. We have here just 2 categories, and here in the subcategories we have 3 subcategories, so not too much values to become an overwhelming in the area chart or line chart. So let's use it. Let's go to formatting here. And now we are in product category. We can add it, so we don't need the total profit. We need the return, total return, this one. Now it seems nicer. And here we have a weekly return. We change the name, and another value here is to choose a category. And let's add the volume, let's add the product category. So we're drag it here to legend. So we have the category name, for example, if you like, to the legend. And now, as you see, there is a 3 lines, but it's kind of overlapping. The accessories, bikes, and clothing, it's overlapping here. So it's annoying, and you cannot actually define this well. And if you would like to make it visualize well, so choose another one, the stacked area chart. Just one click will replace it. Now it's fine. This is the first one, the accessories, and the clothing, the orange one, and the bikes is the blue, and white blue is the accessories here. Again, it depends on what you are going to visualize in trade line and in area chart. Let's drag this out again, and let's make it here as usual. And let us change the color, formatting data color. Choose the red one. Yeah, that's kind nice one. And that's it. All things up. See you in next lecture. Again, in our trend line, now we just made this, and let's make some adjustment to this. If you stand here, so you have only the total profit. So let's add some tooltips. So I need the total profit. You can add whatever you want. Let's add total profit. We're here actually. And we did have total profit. So let's add total revenue. Let's add it to tooltip. Now we're here. It's added already total revenue, and also you can add wherever you want. Total revenue, let's add order, total order, and it's here. That's it. To the same tooltip. Again, you can add wherever you want. And now let's go to formatting, and this one is already, we've done a lot of things here. Let's go to analytics. Now the third option from this is the field formatting options, and now the analytics. Actually, analytics is accessible for just a few tools and visualization. It's limited access for a specific number of tools like line chart or stacked area chart and so on. The others, you still can use the analytics, but with the limited options. Now, since here we are using the trend line, so let's figure out what it has here. We have here a trend line. Let's go for it, and let's add a trend line, and it's manually added here. That indicates our profit, are sloping up like this. This is an indicator from down to up. And also here you can make transparency as you see it here. Again, it's a little power. Let's make it like this. And the style you can use here, the style you can use solid, dotted, or dashed. Let's keep it dashed, and so on. Now close this. Again, we have the constant line. Actually, all this has the same result. It's a line, a trending line. So if you are trying to try or explore constant line and add it, by default will be added as you see it here. And the value, let's make it, for example, 10,000. Oops, 10,000. Yeah. And positioning in front, make it behind, or keep it in front if you like. That's it. And this, you use it just if you have a fixed goal or something like this. Again, we don't need it. Let's just close it. Again, this is all the same result: trend line, constant line, minimum line, max, average, median, and percentile. Let's try the minimum line, for example, and if you added here, it's added a minimum line. So it finds the smallest or lowest value within the window. And this horizontal line is based on that minimum value. So again, you can explore this one and find what do you need. Again, we don't need this. Let's close it. But the most important one in this panel is the forecast. Now here in the forecast, when you add it, let's add this. And as you see, the shadow here. And this you can forecast for the upcoming months, upcoming period, upcoming weeks, whatever you want. So let's try it. If you points, it means weeks. So let's try, for example, year, forecast for 10 years, and apply filter. And see this kind of ridiculous things, because you lose the certainty here. For 10 years, you don't know about anything about the economic or something like this. So let's get back to period, to points, sorry, or weeks, and let's keep it 6 weeks. And here, to the ignore last, this one, ignore last, it means to ignore previous points. And if this drop, we know this was an outlier or outrange, we could ignore the point. So here, if you type 1, for example, ignore 1 point, apply it, as you see. Again, we don't need it. Let's make it 0. And this one, you can use it if your business has a seasonality. You can use this for mid-June or mid-February, August, or doesn't matter which season you have. Last but not least, the confidence interval, and this is very interesting here because it defines in what level of confidence do we think the true value are going to fall into shaded range here. So let's try 75. Apply it. You know, this now shrinks, and now means that we are trying to hit a tighter target. So naturally, we are less confident that number will actually fall into this narrow range. So the normal one is between 90 and 95. Let's keep it 90. Apply it. And that's it. That's it. We have the shadow here, and it refers to the next 6 weeks or 6 months. That it means that in the next period, we have upper bound 188, the lower 122. That's it. See you next lecture. Now we came back to our file and a few steps left to finish our dashboard. Now still we have here the gauge, this one, you can use it. Let's press it and see. Oops, again this is a trend line and I need a new one. So here, let's shrink this a little bit just to make a room for it. And also I have this. This one is okay. Here we go. We have here now, this is the gauge, and normally we use gauge to provide a quick visual indicator of pacing toward our targets. And if you remember, we define our targets like order target, revenue target as 10% lift over the previous month. Now here I need to show the performance by month versus the target. So let me see what we can do. Here in the value, if I need to make an order, gauge for the order. So here I need a total order here. As you see, we have a total order here. And now this is meaningless because it's just a number. So I need to define a target. So here the target value, I need to define a target value. Let's go and search for target value. And actually we didn't have it, so let's build it again. In the product, here, let's add it here. Let's add a new measure. Now let's name it order target, and that means the previous month order multiplied by 1.1. Now let's add it. Let's drag it to target value here. And as you see, it's an indicator here. Now, this gauge is always show monthly performance for the current month because our target or goals are defined at monthly level. I want now to provide a recent view of performance, not just a grand total. And as you see, this is an indicator, and here it means that we didn't hit the target yet, as you see here. Now here in the filter, I need to make a filter context, but in visual layer and visual level here. So we need a field from calendar, like start of the month, to add it here to as filter on this visual. So start of the month, just take it and drag it here. And as you see, we have this list. So I need the most recent one. This is in June. And here we go. This is the indicator. And we are beyond the target. But actually, this is not a scalable solution because the data here is fixed at this point. So if you select June, if we select June here, so we need to set a smarter about this scale. So every time you add a new data, so you have to go and adjust this again manually. So it's not a good solution to do this. And instead, we can go from here, basic filtering, and let's choose top N, and I need the top 1, for example, and here I need the top 1. You can use it, and by the value here you can choose the total order. Where is it? Total orders. Oops. This one. Let's apply the filter, and as you see, nothing changes. So again, here in top N, and that's it. It's not working here since we add a total order as a filter on this visual, and that's why I need a date filter context. So again, let's choose the start of the month. Here to our filters, and as you see here again, if we choose this one, and we have this as an indicator. So let's go and select top N. Again, this says that we already applied a 1, so I need just to erase it all. Top 1 here, and the start of the month. And this one, first short month, oops, I need the start of month. And this, by default, the earliest start of month, and this one I don't need it because I need the latest one, this one, to keep update each month by month. So let's apply filter, and as you see, the same result if we choose the June from the list drop down. And here, when you added a new data, if the company sent us a new data, so we don't have to fix it manually again, it will be automatically listed here. So let's collapse this again, and now we are here. And now here in target value, we have an order target. And an indicator shows that we are beyond the target. If you would like to see this full gauge, so you can move this to maximum value as you see it. And now let's move it again. I guess it's not take it. Now the gauge is full, and the left area, now this is the unheaded target. Again, it's up to you. You can use this shape or that shape. Totally, it's up to you. You can choose whatever you want. Now we just did this. Let's make another 2. Now we have it here. First thing first, let's change the name for this one, and I need the title here to be current month order versus target. That's it. And for consistency, let's choose with the executive summary. Let's choose this one. Make alignment. Yeah, pretty cool. Nice gauge. And now let's jump to the second one, and let's choose that the gauge will for revenue, for example. So if we go here, and instead of total orders, I need total revenue. Let's go down. I don't need this one. I need total revenue. And instead of order target, I need revenue target. search it here, and we have this one. As you see it like this. Let's change the name and make it total revenue, current month order versus target. Again, the same. And the background will be the same as here. Give it middle alignment, and that's it. Now the third one will choose, and let's change the color here. So data color, choose this one or green one. Anything you would like. It's up to you. Where's the green? That's it. Yeah, it's fine. You can choose whatever you want. And here in the total, and the last one, we have the return. And since there is no target return, because we are not define a target for return, we need it to be the less as we can. So we have it the current month return versus the previous month return. This is the target. It should be less than the previous month. So here, instead of total orders or total revenue, let's take the total return. And the order target here, I need the previous return. Previous month return, that's it, the maximum. That's it. It means that it's better. Let's change the color and make it like this. Oops, make it like this. Now it's fine. The title. It's a current return versus previous months. Same color. Yeah, this is the alignment. Let's just shrink it. That's it. We have 3 sets of gauges. Nice of you. Let's jump to the next lecture. Now today I'm going to cover an important topic, which is the edit interactions among the visualization tools. As you see here in this page, or let's go back to our executive summary. As you see here, we have many tools here interacted with each other. So for example, if we change the data slicer here, so many changes will be happen to the, for example, to the KPIs, to the matrix, to the map, to the stacked bar, and so on. But what if, still waiting, and that's it. This is a changes. But what if I need to edit these interactions? In other words, if I need this KPIs to show only the current month values, so I don't need it to interact with any changes to data slicer. To show you what I mean, let's click this one. Let's click this one and go format. And here you press and edit interactions. And when you press it, as you see, there is an icons here, like the filter and not applied interactions between them, as you see. So if I need this KPIs to not change, to not interact to any changes in data slicer, so simply you just press this one as you see it here. You just press it, and now it's fixed. So let's try this and change the data slicer. So as you see, all the KPIs, all the cards except this doesn't change. This one doesn't change, and the others are changing regarding to the change in data slicers. Let's go back to here, and if you need to go back and return the filter context, you just simply press this one, the filter, and now you apply the filter context to this one. So let's try it. And as you see, the change comes back again. And now here, for example, if you change this one, so let's close the filter for this one. I don't need any filter to this KPI, and I need to all these tools according to the change in data slicers. So if I go to other tool, for example, this one, so there is another interactions here, another filter interactions here. So it needs another adjustment if you would like to edit the interchange or interactions among them. Here, as you see, when you press this one, here in format, it's already active, the edit interactions. And here we tested this one. If you press accessories, so the changes will be here to the revenue again, to the monthly revenue, since there is the filter is not turned off among these two. And here, as you see, when you press bikes again, all the changes happening again to all the table. And as you see here, we have a 3 icon. This is the filter, and this is the turning off the filter, and this is the highlight. What we mean by highlight, it means that when you press accessories, for example, here and now here in the filter, so here in the bikes, and we are in the filter, so it just turned out the road bikes, mountain bikes, and touring bikes, just the 3 categories related to bikes. But what if I need to show all the subcategories? So I press this one, the highlight, as you see it here, and all the subcategories are listed, but the bikes, the subcategories equal to bikes, is highlighted here, as you see it. And this is a good way to visualize the data, since I need to see where the highlight is located in this tool. Again, it's up to you to visualize whatever you need, or it depends on the requirement of the client. Let's turn it back to the filter, and I like to see it like this because, as I told you, I like to see where the highlight is located in. Again, when you finish this one, you'll go to Format and deactivate Edit Interaction. That means all things, all the edit or all the changes you have applied will be saved. So now, if you go this one and change it, this will not be changed regarding to turning off the filter. That's it. See you next lecture. Now, we still have one filter left. It's a drill through, and it's an amazing filter. You can find it here in the visualization pane, the drill through. And this filter allows users to jump to different pages like bookmarks do, while simultaneously filtering based on the specific item that they have selected. And this is better to show the explain. Now here we have in our report again, let's go to profit trending, for example. And let's add a text card. Let's add it here. And let's give the product name. We go to product lookup, and here we have the product name to the field. And now, as you see, this is the first product name. As you remember previously in the executive summary, how we adjust this one. Now, don't worry about this. It will be changed regarding to drill through. Let's make a quick format. We don't need the category label. No title. Again, background. Let's choose this one or light one. More lighter. Yeah, that's fine. Let's make it 20. A little bit smaller. Make it 30. Yeah, that's fine. And now let's find the place. Here you go. Good fit. And here make 25. Yeah, and a bit good. Let's take this to here or keep it here as well. Now here, that's a quick format, and here we have a drill through. If we take a product name again here to drill through, pull it here. And as you see, we are not going to adjust anything here. Just to close this one, and as you see, nothing changes here. So if you go now to executive summary, for example, and choose any visual that have the product name, for example, this one, choose the road title 2, for example, right click, and as you see, there is a drill through pop up here. So just click it, the profit trending, and it will go to this page, profit trending, and the same product name comes up here, the road tire tube, and here's the data for it. You can visualize the data. This is the order versus target. It didn't hit the target, and this is the revenue, this is the return, beyond the return, and this is the weekly profit trending just for this one, and this is the weekly return just for this kind of product tube. And as you see, there is a new back button here created, so you can go and jump back to your executive summary. So just click it, hold Control and click it. That's it. Let's choose another one. So for example, let's choose a mountain tier 2. We choose it already. Let's choose another one. So fender set mountain, right click, and drill through. That leads you to the page name profit trending. Just click it. As you see here, the fender set mountain, this is the revenue, the order target, the order versus target. This is the revenue, and this is the return, and the trending for profit and return for this product name. Now, as you see, user can now right click on any visual on any other page, and it will lead you to the data for this product name or for this filter that you have used. It's an amazing tool, and it gives analysts, users, developers, and data scientists tools to very easily this sort of data discovery and reveal these patterns and trends much more efficiently and much more effectively than with traditional tool. Here we go, this drill through. It's really an amazing tool, really an amazing filter. Go and try it and see the magic. Let's try the water bottle here. That's it. We didn't have the target. We didn't have the target also for the revenue, and it's a lot of return. That's it. I'll think up. See you next lecture. Now we talked about the drill through filter, and by concept we came to bookmark concept, and the bookmark allows users to link any other object in our file, in our report, no matter what the current filter settings are on the page. They would recalibrate to match how those filters were defined when bookmark was created. Let me show you how we can do this. Let's go to profit trending page here. Actually, I need to rename this tab because this is not the profit. Not only the profit, we have the profit, we have the order target, we have the return. So let's call the product trending or product detail, for example. More common, product details, more match. Yeah, that's it. Now here in our page in product detail, let's make a bookmark. So let's go to view and choose a view again and choose a bookmark here. No other settings. It's easily straightforward. So here just add, and here let's name it. Let's match the product detail tab, product detail. That's it. And as you see, no option here. We created a bookmark for this page. Now let's go back to our executive summary, and here I need some space. Let's make it here, or yeah, we need this one. Okay, now let's go to home or insert, and here I have a text box. Let's type view, just typing view product detail. I'll make it italic. Make it bold. 14 or yeah, 20, that's fine. Now let's take it here. Make this a bit bigger. Now it's fine. Now no more option. If you selected here, as you see, there is no link to the bookmark, so you cannot link this one, any action here, to the bookmark. So instead, we're going to insert, and we're going to insert a button. As you see here, we have left, right arrow, reset back. Let's choose info button, this one, and that's it. Oops. Let's take it here. As you see, we created a button here just to link the bookmark. Now here, as you see, when you put this one, there is an action here. So you can connect or link this button to that bookmark. So let's go to action here and turn it on. And this is type of, I don't need it back, I need it a bookmark. And which is, with what bookmark? It's a product detail. That's it. So now, when you close this one, here, just hold Control and click this one, and you'll go straight forward to this product table. No need to recreate a new button for the back button. You can use this one that we have created and drill through. So hold Control again, press it, and you're back. That's it. Just for more illustration, as you see, if you are interested in this product level information, then click this and I'll drive you straight to more details. Hold Control, click this one, and that's it. Here you are. Let's go back. No need to take more action, no need to do more settings. Holding up. See you next lecture. Now let's go to an advanced level. We're going to talk about what-if analysis or what-if parameters, and it's like a scenario testing here. We are essentially preset measures that produce value within a given range based on user input. It's a really good tool to use for things like forecasting or scenario testing. So let's create a price adjustment percentage that we can compare total revenue based on actual information and actual price against an adjusted revenue based on parameter adjusted. To do this, let me show you what we can do. Let's go to product detail here, to this tab. And as you see here in modeling, we go to modeling, we have a new parameter here, and what if. Let's click it and see what we have. Here in the name parameter, it's a text. You just name it, for example, price adjustment. And it's percentage. The type, it will be decimal. This is the increment value, it's a decimal. From -1 or -1, the maximum will be 1. Again, it depends on you, but this is the best practice to do this. And the increment is by 0.1, and it means 10%, 20%, and so on. And the default will be 0. And press OK. As you see here, we created a new slicer. And as you see, there is a slicer here. There is a number changing here. But actually, it's not connected to any of these visuals. So just like you're playing with this one, up and down, and nothing it changes to here. So to do this testing, what I care about the profit and the revenue. So I need to see what is the adjustment revenue or adjustment profit if I change the price. And to make this, let's just make a room here. That's fine. And take this to here. Price adjustment. As you see here, when you made it, there is 2 of price adjustment here and in my field, the price adjustment here, and this one as a measure. Now I need to create a value or a card that measure the changing or show the changing in profit or revenue regarding to change in price adjustment. Now let's create a scale of value defaulting to 0 with a minimum of -1, maximum of 1, and 10 increment we created already. And now let's make an adjusted price. Let's go to product here, product lookup, and let's create a new measure. Don't worry if you find this difficult at first. you will understand it by the lecture going on. So here, let's name it adjusted price. And that equal to the price, or that we are using the average price. This one, the average retail price, is multiplied by 1 plus the price adjustment. This one, it means the adjusted price, it will be the same price, and here in our file we are using, or in our project we are using the average retail price, and the adjusted price is the average retail price multiplied by the increment percentage. And this is in DAX, or in mathematics you write it 1 plus the percentage here. Let's look it up, press enter, and now we created an adjusted price. So as you see here, an adjusted price that modifies my average retail price in steps of 10% from 0. That's it. Now let's create a multiple row card, this one. Let me show you how it works. Here in my field, let's take the average retail price, this one, right here, and also let's take the adjusted price. We need it. As you see here, the price adjustment, there is no adjustment for the price, so the average retail price and the adjusted price are the same. Here's, it needs modification. Let's go to adjusted price, and I need it US dollar. Okay, now here in my slicer, just to change it, and as you see, the average retail price is $4.99 and the adjusted price is way up. And let's go to the last, and that's a doubling. As you see, it's almost a doubling here. And again, if you go minus way, and the adjusted price will go less than this. And that's how you adjust the price. Now we made a slicer and defined a parameter that changing in price increment in percentage in 10%, 10, 20. So every change here, it means 10% more or 10% less. And this changed the price. We adjusted the price already. Still, we have to add what we care about, the profit and the revenue. Let's take this to here. And now make this a little bigger. Now let's take this and copy it, paste it again. Here we go. Now here in weekly profit, let's take out the analytics. I don't need this one. And I don't need the forecasting. I needed a plain trend line. Now we are here. Let's go back to field. This will stay the same. And here let's take the profit and the revenue. Here I should add the profit and the revenue, the total profit, the adjusted profit and the adjusted revenue that we can measure if we change this one. But since here we didn't have an adjusted revenue and adjusted profit, so we should add it here. So let's go and add it in sales. Let's add a new measure here. And if you remember, here we wrote a DAX or a syntax to calculate the revenue. If you remember that we calculated the sum X of order quantity multiplied by the price, by related, if you remember. So here we will not reinvent the wheel, so we don't need to write this code again. Let's close it, and let's go to total revenue here. In sales again. That's it in total revenue. And you see it, if you remember this, the sum X of order quantity multiplied by the product price, which is related here. So I don't need to retype this code. So let's copy it. And let's go to sales again and create a new measure. And here, let's paste it. Now we have this one, the total revenue, the same syntax we copied to here. And let's rename this one. I needed adjusted revenue, and the same order quantity, but here it's not multiplied by this one. It's multiplied by average, or by adjusted price. That's it. Close it up, press enter. Now we have adjusted revenue. It's the order quantity multiplied by the adjusted price that we have created before. Now let's create a new measure for the profit. Now let's name it adjusted profit. And this equals to adjusted revenue, this one, minus total cost, this one. Sub. That's it. And now we can analyze the products here. So back to our trend line visual here. Let's make it a bit bigger. We are here in the field, here in the values. I don't put the total profit. I need the adjusted profit. This one to the value. And now it shows here the total profit for the water bottle 30-ounce product. But what should I know? I need to compare this one with the actual values. So drag again the total profit here. That's it. Oops, it seems they didn't add it. Again, let's add total value, total profit, and adjusted profit. That's it, we have it both. And as you see, if we go back to 0, it's the same for total profit and for the adjusted profit. So if we change the price, for example, 20% lift for the price, so now as you see there is a more profit. Here as you see the total profit is about 500, and the adjusted profit. So if you increase the price 20% up, so that means a more or increase in profit and about $150. Again, this is just for the product water bottle. If we decrease the price by 20%, for example, let's see what will happen. And as you see there, the profit is going down about almost $130. This one, the decrease in profit. And again, if you go to executive summary, this is just for this product. If you go to here to executive summary, and I need it for another product. So let's choose another one. As I told you here in product name, let's sort this, and let's choose mountain bottle cage, or let's choose this one, mountain tire tube, this one. Again, right click and choose drill through product detail, and we'll go straight forward to this table as we learned this, and we have a mountain tire tube. Let's adjust the price to 0 again. As you see, it's matched the adjusted profit with the total profit the same. If we increase the price by 40%, so the adjusted profit will increase by almost 200. That's it. You can try it. It's a good way, and it's an advanced level for testing scenarios around. Test it by your own and enjoy watching. Thank you. Now let's talk about managing and viewing roles. This one allows you to actually define filtered views so that the report can be tailored to specific audience. I mean, you're not pointing a user to a pre-filtered view. So for example, here, let's go to executive summary here, and let's create and managing viewing roles. Here in modeling, in the security, we have manage roles and view as. Let's go to manage roles here and create some security role level. Here in this preview, let's create let's create an individual rules for each territory that can provide the sales manager from different region with reports that only contain the data that's relevant to them. So here, for example, let's type Pacific and create. Yeah, sorry, I created already. Again, here in the Pacific, I have the territory lookup here. So let's type a DAX. Don't worry about this. It's as easy as this. Just follow up. Let's type here continent. And this equals to Pacific. That's it. Now save. And as you see, now nothing has changed. Just pay attention to the map here. Let's go here. Wait until refresh. Now let's go here and press view as. When you press view as, you see here the Pacific, it's popped up here, Pacific. So if you choose it, so pay attention here to the map and to the slicer here. When you choose this one, the Pacific, press OK. And as you see the changes here, this emphasizes the difference between simply creating a filtered view and actually defining row level security that prevent rows of data from actually reaching the report. So here, as you see the slicer, we have just select all and we have the Pacific. So there is no other data here. And in the map, we just have the data that's relevant to the Pacific sales manager. And if you go, you want to go back just to stop viewing here. Let's try to create another one. So again, in the modeling tab here, let's manage rules. And let's new rule here. Let's call it North America. And create. Now here, this one, North America, and the territory, again, the same continent. Oops. And this equal to North America. Close it. Now save it. Again, we're waiting just to refresh or to update our report. And let's go to view as here, as you see. And as you see, we have a new rule here. It's in North America. Let's choose it and pay attention to the map here and to the slicer here. Press OK. It took a bit of time. And as you see, there is a data for North America, the Canada and the United States. And this is the relevant data or relevant information that concerning the sales manager of North America. What I mean that the North America sales manager in this example has no idea that data from Europe or Pacific is tied into this model or even exist. And now this is a great tool when you have a sensitive information or need to create a very specific access rights. Again, here as you stop viewing, and now when you publish, and this is what I mean, that you need to create a very specific, that you need to create very specific access rights when you publish this one to the web in Power BI service, and this is will be covered in another course. It will take a lot of time to do this, but it's important to know how to manage rules and review it. So let's go back to manage rules, and I need to delete this one. Let's delete the rules. We don't need it. I need a full report. Again, this one, let's delete this. That's it. Save. And that's it. See you next lecture. Okay, let's cover some features, or the last features in this course. The first one, that we have more visuals here. So if you head to this visualization pane here, you see 3 dots here as you see it. So just to click it, and you have get more visuals. So here you should have an account. Actually, here I didn't sign in. You should have an account in Power BI or sign in, or you get it from a file. There is a lot of visuals here. You can use it in your report. The second one is the mobile version. So here you can switch this one to a mobile one. To show you this, just go to mobile, I guess. Let me check. Sorry, in the view tab here, we have a mobile layout. Just to press it, and you will see the mobile version for Power BI. So as you see here, the canvas is shrunk down, and all the visuals are listed here on the right. It's fine, just to give it time to load it. So here you go. This is your mobile phone. This is the camera. This is the record in your mobile phone. And here all the visuals you have. So just choose this one, for example, hold and drag here. Again, it's not just like the desktop, and you cannot design in mobile here. So you have to design in Power BI desktop and then switch it to mobile layout. So again, here we go. We have it here. Let's take this and let's take the return. As you see, not much time, not much space here. But the point here, and this you can choose and drag whatever you need. But the point here is that you cannot use it in your phone or on your mobile phone until you publish it to Power BI service. And what I mean by Power BI service, I will illustrate this in 2 minutes. As you see here, this is the same as your file report in your Power BI desktop. Unless this is a shrunk down camera. Again, let's close this one. We don't need it anyway. And as you see here, just click this back mobile layout to go back to your desktop version. Again to our profile, again to our file, sorry, not profile, again to our file, and we talked about data visualization and how we did this stack bar and how we add this one subcategory name to access, value to orders, total revenue, and what if here, if you stand in here, and as you see, there's a total orders, total revenue, broken down by the subcategory for each one of this. But what if I need also to add another one? So, for example, if I need a revenue profit for it, so actually here we didn't add a profit. So let's jump back to our data here and let's add it to sales, for example. Here we go. Let's make a new measure. And the measure that's called the total profit. And as you see, the total profit is the revenue minus the cost. So simply let's type revenue. This is one, the total revenue minus cost. And as you see, since here we don't have the cost, so we need to add it again. So let's add the cost and come back to calculate total profit. So let's delete this and calculate the total cost. And the total cost, it's the order quantity multiplied by the product cost. And since it's similar to the revenue, so that we're not going to reinvent the wheel. So let's delete this, or just to close it here. And let's go to the total revenue to see what we did there. This is our total revenue measure, that one. And as you see, we use the sum x and x function since there is a loop in through the table. So let's copy it and make a new measure. Now let's paste it here and let's rename it here total cost. And it's the same, still we need the order quantity multiplied by the product cost, not price. So let's delete this and choose the cost, product cost, that one. Press enter. We have it here. We cannot visualize it here. So let's go back and see it here in the sales. We have the total cost here. Let's drag it. Oh, since we have no metrics, so we're gonna calculate the profit directly. So let's add a new measure. And let's rename it total profit. And this is equal to total revenue, this one, minus by total cost, that one. Press enter. There we go, we have the total profit equals to total revenue minus total cost. Actually, this one is part of the homework. But since I didn't, until this point of time, I didn't record the solving homework video. So I have to do this and to solve it. Now we have the total cost, the total profit that we made. Now let's delete this one, the total revenue, and let's drag this, the total profit, to tooltip and have it here. Now let's drag this and let's stand. Here we have, as you see, the total order, total profit. If we need to total revenue, let's put it here. And we have the three, order, profit, and revenue, broken down by the subcategory name. And that's how we did this. Now, here in our model now, in our report, we have a lot, I mean that we have a lot of options here for each one of the visualization tool. We have a lot of options. So we have an access, legend, values, and so on and so on. Also, we have the formatting. We have a lot of options here. So, unfortunately, I cannot cover all the options here, but the lucky things that you can just try it, testing around all these functions, all these options, and see what is fit for your options, for your file. So now let's take a look for general, actually general here for just the positioning for the height, the width, and so on. So you don't need to play with this. So let's collapse it, go to legend. Here, actually legend, it means that this one on the top, and legend name, the total revenue. Actually, let's name it here total order, since total orders. By category name, or just get total orders. By category name. That's it. Center. Here maybe we need a title. It's up to you. And this is the color. This is just for, you can choose this color for that one, or just choose it again. It's up to you. And the font family, text size, make it bigger a bit. And the lucky thing that you can revert to default here. When you press it, it returns to default. total revenue, so you can change whatever you want. And this is the y-axis. Let's collapse this up. The y-axis, it means that now we are dealing with this one, with tires and tubes, road bikes, the category names. So if you needed the position for the left, otherwise you need it to the right, see how it will shift to here. Let's make this bigger. And this is for the right. Let's make it to the left again. And this is the color for it. The text size, make it a little bit bigger. And the family font. You can adjust whatever you need, like this. Maximum size. The title, you can pick it on or off. Actually make it off. We don't need it. And if you go down, let's collapse this up. Now we're x-axis means this one, and the scale type is linear. That means horizontal one start. This is the starting point and ends with, for example, let's make it 30,000. Now, if you see, it shrinks. The bars are shrinked just to fit this one. So let's make it auto delete it again. And also we have this color here, the font family, the same decimal, and here we have the title. That's total orders, we have the title. Again, you can on or off the grid lines, as you see. And that's it. Again, we have a lot of options, a lot of formatting options, data color as well. And that's how we make the color saturation. Data label, if you turn it on, so you have this one, as you see, the numbers here, about 9,000, and it's written here 9,000. If you turn it on, and display unit, you can make it 1,000 or auto, as you see here, 1,000 or millions. It depends. Let's make it auto. And the decimal position, if you need it outside or inside, as you see, this is inside. That's it. Let's keep it outside, auto, or outside. Text size, let's make it a little bigger. That's it. And here, if you have a background, this one, as you see, this is the background for the numbers. So let's close it back. That's it. Let's collapse this up. And here in the title, total orders. Actually, we don't need this one, total orders. As you see here, total orders, profit, total revenue by subcategory name. So we don't need all of this, just total orders or total orders by subcategory name. So let's delete this. Press enter. Total orders by subcategory name, font color like this one, and let's make this one, choose the font color as white. Okay, or let's make it a little bit off-white. Change it again. The positioning, the alignment, make it in the center. That's fine. Again, you can format it and the same you like. Let's collapse this up, go to background, and here the background, it means that if you have any image and you need to add it here, so you can add it. Actually, we don't have any background. The borders. See, if you make it on, so this one, it will be defined. So if you, as you see, this is a border here. This is a border. And let's make it off. again in formatting. Background, we don't need it. The border also, we don't need it. Block space, it means that here you can change the size. Block space, it means that you cannot move it when you finish. The border, the shadow tooltip. Again, there is a ton of options here, so you can figure out each one of it, and it depends on your data set. This is the background, transparency, icon color, and so on and so on. Again, a lot of testing around, all functions. We're just starting, and a lot of coming. See you next lecture. Bye-bye. Now, we talked about the field option, the format option, and now we're going to talk about the filters options. This one. As you see, we made this one, so just let me copy it again, just to make sure that no need to build it from scratch. I need to apply it here. So we have this one again, and let me make it to another page. Here we go. That's it. Now here in the filters, as you see, if we click this one or this one, as you see here we have levels for filters. So we have a visual level, filters for the visual, and we have the page level, this one, and we have the report level, this one, in all pages, or the filter one. Now, for the visual level, you apply only filter to specific visuals in which it's defined, while in page level, here, the filters applies to all visuals on the specific page, here in the same page. And the report filters on all pages or report level, the filters will applies to all pages, to page 1, 2, and so on. So let's try it one by one and testing out all of this. Now here we have the filter of the visuals. As you see, we have it here. So just let me change this one, the subcategory, and choose the category. Let's go above the category. I need the category here. As you see, we have it here, the category, and let me just change the name, the title, and it will be the total orders by, oops, by category name. Here we go. We have it done. Let's change the color. So we have it here. If you remember, we added a total revenue as a color saturation. So let's just erase it. We don't need it anymore. So let's make the colors as this. So here we have the total orders by category name. And this is the subcategory. And if you see here, you can dig it down. You can go down just to show it as this one. Again, you can go up to show it like this. And when you press this one, for example, the accessories, and this is changes. Press spike, and we have these filters here. Again, clothing. We have it here. We have it here as well. And this is an interacting. And if you press this one, all the tables here, all the connected tables or visuals here on the same page, it will be interacted together. And that's because we are applying the filters on this visual, the same visual here. And the same as if you apply it for filter on this page, you will apply it for all the page, and all pages, filters on all pages, it will apply to here again. So for example, if you press this one, and you have the accessories here, as you see, this one, if you go here, so nothing changes here because it's not applied to all pages. Again, now let's create a filter context. Here, as you see, we have filters on this visual. So if you press this one, the button here, so we have a basic filtering. And basic filtering just for select one, all, or multiple. So if I need to choose bikes, so it will choose it as well. Clothing, again, components, actually no components, accessories, and so on. That's it. And also we have the top N. This means that you're going to apply a filter to the top items or top fields in the table by value. So for example, I need to show the top 2 by value of, for example, profit. So let's choose a profit here. Just for example, you can choose whatever you want. We'll drag it here. And then apply filter. So we have the top 2 highly profit category, just the accessories and bikes. And that's how we use the top N. Let's clear this. We don't need it. Remove this one. And let's choose the other one, which is the advanced filtering. In advanced filtering, we have, it's for text or value. So if, for example, it contains, for example, let's start with letter B and apply filter. So we have the bikes. So if you would like, you can make an advanced filtering to start with less, greater than, and so on. So that's it. Let's delete this. We don't need it. Or erase all the filters. Go back, and we have the same option for subcategory orders. We have the same filters just on this visual. Now, if we go to the page level here, let's try this one and drag a category name, this one, to the page level here. And as you see, we have same options, basic filtering, and we have an advanced filtering. And this is, you can apply the filter to all tables or visuals in this page, not just in this page. So different pages is not impacted if you apply any of these filters. So let's choose this one, bikes, for example. We have the bikes, and it applies to this one and this one. As you remember, in the visual level, when you applied it, just apply to this visual. This is not impacted. But here, and filter on this page, when you choose it, so it applies to both this and this. So let's go to the page one. As you see, it's still the same, no changes here. That's why it's just on page level. Let's try bikes again. And both it changes the category by category name and by subcategory. Let's drag this out. Erase it before. Close it. We don't need it. Now let's take the category name to the all pages here. Now let's try the bikes, just for example. Now it applies to here, to the category name, and subcategory to all visuals on this page, and let's go to the page 1. As you see, it also impacted here, applied in this page. That's what I meant by all pages level or report level. Let's remove this out. We still have a lot of, so drag this. We still have a lot of filtering, a lot of options, a lot of upcoming. Stay tuned. Again to our report. Now we are here. Let's just arrange this one. Let's take this to here, or you can place it in anywhere you would like. And let's resize this one. It's fine here. Let's take some space. And now we're going to visualize our data with matrix. So let's choose metrics from here. Add practice directly. No more slides, no more theoretical things, just practicing. Now this is the matrix, and I need to visualize the data. So for example, if I need to visualize the total orders, let me choose the total orders. It's in sales. So I need the total orders, drag it to values. And what else I need? The total return, or let's take return rate. The return rate is here, again in the value. And as you see here, we have the total orders, just 2 numbers, and return rate. Now I'm gonna break these numbers down to a category. So for example, let's choose a category name, put it here in the rows. So now the total orders and return rate is broken down by the category name. Let's go layer down and choose subcategory name. So choose this one. Now we have it, and remember there is a drill button here, so you can select this one, press it, and you go down there. Again, you go above. Let's go down and choose another layer. So let's choose a product name, for example. Here we go. So I need a product name, and let's go down. This is for subcategory. Let's go down again, and now this is a product name. So total orders and return rate is broken down by product name. We go up, and this is a subcategory name. Go up again, and this is the category name. And this is also, here is a button. If you press it, so there is a group. It's drilled down to a group by accessories, bikes, clothing, as you see. Now let's do some formatting. Up. Now here we go. We have this one, and this you can sort it. Just press it and it will sort automatically. Now here in formatting options, actually there's, as I told you, there's a ton or a lot of options here, so we don't need to testing around all these options. We'll try some of it. For example, the conditional formatting, that we can choose either to total orders or return rate. So let's choose total orders and do some changes to it. So let's do data bar, for example, and here we have this bars here. It's a good indicator that shows us the total orders broken down by the product name. Let's try the background color, and it's not fit, not good. Let's turn it off back. Let's try font color, and it's not good. You can adjust it here, but actually we don't need it. This is actually a good thing here. Let's try the options for return rate. So you can choose also data bars. Let's sort this one. And as you see here, it's not a good thing because there's both of them. So let's try background. Actually, kind of good thing here, but the colors need to adjust. So let's go advanced control and try another thing. So the lowest value, it means there is a good thing here. No returns, everything is fine. And the highest value for return rate is a bad thing. So let's color it by red or pink, something like this. So from good thing to bad thing. Press OK. And now this is a good indicator that it's all about average. You go down, so you should pay attention for Touring 2000 blue. This one and this one red 650. And this one mountain. And the remaining is about average. Good thing to do. Again, you can choose whatever the options you need. Actually, here we are in a good position. Just let's make it like this. And take it here. Good thing to start. We're going up, going down. Let's explore more in next lectures. See you. Now let's talk about slicer. Slicer is like any another filter. It's a simple object and it only takes one input which has some fields. So to do this, let's choose this one. It's this icon with the funnel here, if you see it. So let's arrange this first, just to make space. Let's take this down. And take this down also. Let's make some alignment. We have it here. Yeah, that's fine. Let's choose the slicer, this one, and see what is going on. So here, as I told you, it's a simple object. You can just put one filter. So for example, if I need the territory, so let's go to territory here. And I need a country. Just one field, if you see it. And as you see, here's if I need the Australia, and it's impacted the other tables, Canada, France, and United States, Germany, and so on. Here you can make it a list as it, or you can make it a drop-down. And as you see, it's a drop-down list here, the same, just different way to visualize the slicer. So you can choose here France, that's it. But then now it's the same as Excel. Nothing new about it. Everything is fine. You make a slicer for one field. But the interesting thing that if we pull in the date field, so let's delete this and go to calendar and grab the date. Let's see what happens. Now nothing changes. Again, the date is listed, mass of date is listed, nothing new. But what if go here, if you press here and try between, this is my best, and this is, as you see, there is a timeline here, so you can, let's put this here, there is a timeline. As you see, it changes. There is a good thing that if you need, for example, from February until December sales, or you can do whatever you want, and here you can type the start date and the end date. Also, you can make it here before, so just you need to adjust the ending date. After, you need to adjust the start date, and let's drop down, and here we have a relative date. As you see here, again, you can next or last, for example, last 30 days, for example. As you see, we have this one here. Again, you can erase it. Go back to between. Now let's explore some data. Now here, if you see, and let's go beyond, if you see in 2015, from January until, let's go to the December, for example, November, and here December, until 2015, we have just one category. It's bikes. So the data just for bikes. There is no another thing, no clothing, no component, no another thing. So it's just like bikes shops. So actually here we don't. It's the data here. It's unuseful, useless, because there is one component, and they start selling the other components in late 2016. As you see here, start selling the. Let's go beyond. Start the accessories, clothing, and so on. So let's go to filter here, and let's apply a year that we made to report level, all pages. And let's choose here a basic filtering, and it choose the year here. Actually, 2015 is useless for us because it's analyzing the data just for one kind of product, the bikes, and it's useless. Now I need just 2016 and 2017. And as you see here, here is 2016 or 2017. And here, if you notice that the starting date now it's 2016, no 2015 anymore. That's it. We can collapse this. Again, need some data. There we go. It's a good thing to know about the slicer and how to use it like a timeline, and how to filter report to this page. And here again, since you apply this one, apply the year filter to the report level or filters on all pages, that means it will apply to all pages here. So it will apply here, but since here is no slicer, so you can add it. So I mean, if you are using another page, so you can easily select this one, go to view and sync a slicer. Here, when you sync the slicer, it means that you are going to copy the same slicer or sync the same slicer to another pages if you have it. So no need to duplicate the slicer or building it from scratch. You just sync it from a view, sync slicers here, and you can choose this one. I need to executive summary, page 1 as well. And let's go to here to see what happened. As you see, it's copied to here. And when you change this one, for example, if you change the slicer on the next page, it will be changed here as well. Here, I don't need the slicer. Sync a slicer. No need for this. Let's close it. And actually, the page 1 is just for training, so let's delete it. We don't need it anymore. Here we go. See you next lecture. Now, today's topic or today's lecture is a very interesting one about cards and KPIs. It's really interesting one that we are going to know about in a second. Now here in our space, just I need to arrange this one just for a space. Let's just arrange this one. Formatting, and I'll need the header and the date input. Let's make this gray a little bit. Or make it lighter. It's fine. Everything is fine, and here we go. Now here we have the cards here. We have, as you see it here, 1, 2, 3, and the other one, and the KPI. Now we're working with these three. Now let's try the card. Here's the card, so you can, just to show you a good number or an important number, and again it's one field. So if you need, for example, a total revenue, just to show it in the front of you, so that's it. This is the total revenue for the project or for the years. You just put it here and enjoy watching. Another thing, if you would like, and you can also change it. For example, you don't need the revenue, you need the profit. So you can drag and see your profit during the period, and that's it. Again, there is another thing. There is a multiple row card, so you can use, for example, the profit, and you can use the revenue. So two good numbers, the revenue and the profit, and if you just resize it, you see how it shows, and that's it. Simple way just to show the important numbers in front of you. Now, the most important one that I care about really is the KPI. Let's delete this as we don't need it. We have this one, if you see it, a KPI. Press it, and let's try to enjoy this one. Now, the KPI is not only going to allow us to show the big important number, but it's also going to integrate elements of trending and positive or negative performance, all with the same view in a nice visualized tool like KPI. So let's try it. The indicator, for example, I need the revenue. So let's take the revenue, total revenue to indicator here. And it's not showing anything. That's because the KPI needs another data to visualize the whole fields. So again, we have indicator, the total revenue, and we have a trend axis. And from its name, it needs a period just to broken down the total revenue. So let's try the date. We're in calendar. Let's take start of month, if you would like. Start of month. And now it's fine. The revenue is shown with the start of month as a trend line, as you see it here. It's a good way and good thing to visualize your revenue with the start of the month. And just to make sure that number is correct, so let's take matrix here and try to start of the month to the rows. Again, let's show the start of the month, and I need the total revenue here. In the value, So as you see here, the late month here, we have 1.8, approximate 1.8 million, and everything is fine and accurate. Now let's rename this title here. Let's name it monthly revenue. And it's good. Now, what if, let's go back to here. What if this is a target goal and it's an optional one? So it's up to you. You can add it or no. But since I know what's coming to your mind now, here we have a target, revenue target, for example, or but we are not going to use this since we have another measure that we made. We have a previous month revenue since we are analyzing the data start of the month. So let's try previous month revenue, the target goal. Again, it's an optional one. And as you see, we hit the target here. If you remember, the previous month revenue was the previous month revenue. It was this month plus 10%, 1.1. You multiply it by 1.1. So here we got the target. As you see, the previous month was 1.7 and this month is 1.8, sorry. So we hit the target. That's it. Good number. Important number to see in front of you. Let's make another KPI so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So just gonna copy it and paste it again. As you see here, and we don't need the total revenue, we need the total orders. This is the total orders. Again, start of the month, but here in the target, we cannot make an indicator total orders, and the target goal is a previous month revenue. So we need a previous month order. So let's try here. Actually, I don't remember that we calculated. So previous here, we didn't calculate it. And actually, I guess it's part of the homework. So let's go and add a new measure here in the sales. And let's add a new measure here. And let's name it month orders, and that equals calculate. Again, we are calculating the total orders. Total orders. Data, this one, and choose the table. The calendar, I guess. The calendar table, calendar lookup. And we need previous month, -1, and month here. Close it twice, press enter. Now, this is we calculate the total orders for the previous month order. So it means that -1 month. So here, I guess there is a problem in our calculation. And see, there is the argument here. It means to specify a column. So here we didn't specify that. So we need to specify the date. So here the date. That's it. Now everything will be okay. and it's added already. Now let's go back to our KPI, to our this one, and we don't need the revenue, we need the order, previous month order. So let's pull this out and take the previous month order here, and as you see, it's a bit closer to the target. Let's try it here in our matrix, and let's see the numbers. Actually, we don't need the matrix here, just for checking the numbers here. So in total revenue, we don't need it. We need the previous month order. Again. And as you see, this number for the months. Let's rename it. Title here. Let's call it monthly orders. That's it. Everything looks cool. And now let's try another one. So just again, copy it, paste it. Here we go. Now let's try a KPI for return. So we don't need the total orders, we need the total return. So here, let's take this out, and here the return, because it's an important number to show us in our dashboard. So we need the total return here. That's it. Again, broken down, the trend axis is start of the month, and the target goal, we need a previous month order. Actually, again, it's not calculated here, so we need to calculate it. So let's add a new measure. Let's name it previous. Previous month return. Now, the same way I'm going to calculate the total return, this one, and data again. We have the date from the calendar lookup, previous month, this one, close twice, look it up, press enter. And we have a new measure added here. It's just for recap. Actually, again, it's supposed to be part of the homework. No problem. It's a good thing to memorize how to add measure. So we have the previous month return, so we don't need this one again to our KPI. So let's drag this to here, to target goal, and this, and that's it. And as you see, there is a difference between the previous month. It means that we are lower than previous month. And if you notice here, lower return, it means that a good indicator, not a bad indicator. But here, the red line means that there is a bad thing. So don't worry, let's go to format. And let's go to color coding. High is good. Actually, low is good, not high is good. Low is good. So now we are fine. We define the monthly. Here, let's name it. The title here, and monthly return. We define the monthly revenue, monthly order, and monthly return. Actually, let's get rid of this because we don't need it anymore. And let's arrange the numbers here. That's it. Hope you enjoy adding KPI. Again, it's up to you. It's up to you to make a measure for the KPI. Actually, we still need some space for the other measures. Here's a good thing. We have the timeline, the slicer. We have also the stacked bar. We have the matrix. This is one of the most important lectures in data visualization, the KPI, and it's a key performance indicator, just to show you the indicator or the performance during the period. That's it. Hope you enjoy it. See you next lecture. Hi again. Now we're back to our file to complete visualizing the data with Power BI. Now here in our page, I need just to rearrange the things here. So let's take this to here, or this one. Let's make it here. Again, it's up to you. And let's take this here, and we have the time bar as well. Let's take this to here. And now we have the total orders. We have the monthly revenue, or return, sorry. And here we go, we have this one, the revenue. You can put it wherever you want. Let's make this a little bit smaller so we can have it here. So now we're back, but what if I need to analyze a text? Now here in our KPI, we analyzed a text here, we analyzed a numerical value. But what if I need to analyze some text-based option? So let's go to KPI and try what happened. Here just I plugged the mic. So here in KPI, let's choose it again. KPI here. Now let's choose some text-based option. So for example, the product. I don't need this one. Let's collapse it up. And in the product, let's choose product name. And as you see, it's not counted here since KPI depends on just a numerical value. But let's try another thing and try the card. So let's choose the card here. And again, we have a count of product name. I don't need it. I need the product name in the field here. I need the product name. So we have here all-purpose bike stands. It means the first product name. So what does that mean? The all-purpose bike stand. This is the first product name. So let me see the options here. So I have the first. Let me choose the last. and that means this options, this product name is categorized alphabetically, and this is not helpful and meaningless to arrange the products by the alphabet order. So instead, I'm gonna try another thing. So again, here in the first, and as you see here, let's choose another one. Again, a product name, and the filter here. As you see here, the product name, we have it here. Let's try take it and put it here. So we have now a basic filtering. Again, if we don't have it here, if you go to filters, so you cannot access to any of the options. The first, the product name, and it has contain, it's not working, so we cannot do anything. So let's drag it again, the product name to here, beneath this one, and now we have the basic filtering, advanced, and top N. Now here I need the top N, for example, I need the top one product by value of profit, for example, or by order. So let's choose the order here in the sales. Total orders here. Let's drag it to here. And now we have apply filter. And now we have this one. It means that the first product, the top product by the orders is a water bottle 30 ounce. Let's format it. Here in data label, text size, let's make it. Again, let's resize it until it fits. Now it's good. We don't need the title. For background, let's choose another color just to make sure it's not blended with this one. And let's make it light. Let's choose this one. It's fine. And let's make a title for it. Let's name it top product by orders. Font color is a black. Background, let's choose gray. And alignment here, make it a bit bigger. And here, actually, we don't need the label. That's it. Now let's choose another one. Just again, copy it, paste it here, and let's try it here. Now here I don't want it by order. I don't want it by order. I need it by profit, for example. So let's choose total profit. This one. And this is a top product. By profit. Let's just rename it. by profit, and actually here the word is not correct, so it's product. Sorry. Again, this is here the same. Here we go. Here we have not total orders. I don't need this one. And the second one, I don't need this one. Again, let's go back and take the profit to here. Oops. Just take the product name. And I need top N based on total profit. And I need top 1. Apply filter. And that's it. We have a mountain 200 black 46. This is the top product by profit, and we have the top product by order. That's it. I guess we still need some space. Let's make this you think. That's it. See you next lecture. Now, the map option or map tool in Power BI is better than anyone else. Actually, it's powerful and flexible, and the most important, it's a user-friendly. And we have 3 different ways to use the map tool. We have it here in visualization tools. We have it as a map. This is the basic one. And also we have the field map, and we have this one, ArcGIS map in Power BI. I will make a little bit of comparison between them. So let's choose this one, the basic map, and it fit here. Let's here, let me close the label. I don't want the category, make it off. And here again, the category, make it off. I need the bit size. Now it's okay. Let's resize it before. So I need it just 10 or make it 8. It's fine. And declare this one again. And the title here, the text size, let's make it 12 or 16 again. Now here back in our map here, so in the field here we have a location, legend, latitude, longitude, size, and tooltips. Now here I want to visualize the orders or the profit or the revenue by the country or by continent, since it's a map. So let's go here, and for the territory, let's choose the continent or the country, for example. And as you see, here's a little bit. Let's go closer. We have bubbles here, and it refers to nothing until now. And let's break this map down in order with the profit or by orders. Let's choose total orders as a size. Now we got it here. We have total orders for United States, for example, and for Europe. Country is Germany, and this is Australia, and so on so far. That's it. It's a good way to visualize this data. Let's choose the other one, field map, and here we have it. And as you see here, Canada, United States, just to choose the one you like and stack with it. Europe, and we have Australia here, and we have a sophisticated one, this one, and it seems that it needs some additional options, so you're not gonna use it anymore. So we'll go back to the basic one, or actually if you want to use this one, it's a slow a bit time, and it's a sophisticated a little bit. Since it depends on the GPS, so we don't need it. We'll go to the basic map. That's it. And what if I need to visualize more or to add an optional one? So let's add a slicer. For example, let's add a slicer here. And again, the same way, we have just one field here, but unlike that, we added a date and last slicer, like here. Now here we are going to add the continent. So we'll drag it to the field, and we have a drop list here, Europe, North America, and Pacific. So as you see, it's a list or drop down, but I need it to be horizontal. If you would like, you can keep it like this or make it horizontal just to fit the space. We'll go formatting, and this time in general, and here the orientation, it will be horizontal, as you see. That's it. And you can choose Europe. For example, this is just Europe here, and this is just Pacific. And here we have a button for Europe, Pacific, and America. But what if I need to select all for them? So let's go to selection control and multiple select all, for example, and there is another button will be shown here. This is a select all one. Let's fit it in our dashboard. And as you see, it's an interactive one. Let's make this a little bit. So you can choose, for example, America, and as you see, it's an interactive one. Select Europe. Again, select all. and we're back to our dashboard. That's it. A free recap for the map tool, and it's a really helpful and powerful tool in Power BI. See you next lecture. Hello again. Now we have another tool in visualization tools. We have a tree map here. So here I'm gonna add the tree map, but I'm not gonna resize this one since I guess we have this balance here. So let's change this one. For example, the total order by category name. Let's change it to a tree map. So if you see it here, this is like a box and there is boxes inside it. This is a tree map. So just one click and it will replace this one. Let's click it and see what happens. And as you see, there is an accessories, bikes, clothing. Again, if you stand on it, there is an information, the orders, profit and revenue with the category name, accessories, and the same for bikes, for clothing. I don't need this one, so let's go to formatting and the data label. Let's turn it off. Here we go. And again, when you press it, like accessories here, see it's an interactive one to all the board here. Try clothing. And the same as well, it changes. Now, and since here we have a category name and subcategory name in the group, so you can drill it down by clicking this. So if you click it, click this one. So if you click it and you see how the composition will be. So we're seeing how total orders volume breaking down into different categories and segments. As you see, this one, and that's it, from the bigger one to the smaller one. That's it. This is a free recap about we have here a tree map, and we have a map here, and also we have a slicers, this and this, and also we have a key metrics, key performance indicators, we have cards, we have dense visualization data, this one, the metrics, and so on. Stay tuned for the upcoming lecture.